Number of committee feedbacks, meeting held. Number of reports submitted by ward committee members. Submission of ward councillors' report. At the beginning of this reporting quarter, July to September 2025, COCTA undertook the said assessment for a period April to June. And based on the above indicators, the following was the outcome. These are the words as they appear in the report. I won't read them, but it tells you that in a quarter, April to June, how many wards who were able to convene these meetings, including the ward committee meeting. It also outlined wards that have not convened such meetings. The above-mentioned assessment outcome was accompanied by reasons for non-functionality, which in the main were due to the following. The non-submission of ward councillors' reports, in some instances submitted but unsigned report by ward councillors. Ward committee meetings not chaired by ward councillors as required by the regulation. Ward committee meeting not convened over the assessment period. Absence of at least one quarter committee engagement. Unsigned portfolio report. On continuous support the functioning of these committees through interventions such as oversight visits to ward committee meetings, assisting with ward councillors' reports, facilitating the referral of different service delivery matters emanating from ward committees to different directorates or units. Identifying and approaching wards that don't hold committee meetings and offer administrative support to convene their required community engagement. It will, however, be noted that that have reported on community engagement, and these are exclusive of other outreach programs such as Masakane, Operation Good Hope, etc., which are also other avenues for engaging the public. On Thursday, the 25th of September 2025, a workshop was convened with traditional leaders, ward councillors, with areas under tribal authorities, national and provincial COCTA, to discuss strides made towards the participation of Amakosi in council as prescribed in Section 81 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act. The workshop was aimed at discussing mechanisms to enhance the said participation of traditional leadership in local governance. Amakosi appreciated the platform to engage as traditional leaders with ward councillors and the stride made by the municipal council towards ensuring that they are integrated with municipality processes and good working relationships have been established with ward councillors. There are also concerns raised about the demarcation issues and lack of their participation in other governance structures, such as the District Development Model, the DDM. National COCTA undertook to escalate the demarcation process. Concerns raised by Amakosi and other matters of incorporating Amakosi in the DDM is also being discussed and championed through the Strategy Office. There were also other stakeholders' engagement led by His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Cyril Xaba, such as the engagement with academia. Representatives from the institutions reported that over the financial year 2025-2026, ward councillors would be assisted through regional engagement program to monitor and track ward-based projects to ensure that they are kept abreast of information pertaining to respective projects in their wards. Council will recall that such regional engagements were introduced toward the end of the previous financial year in preparation for the draft budget, and they also assisted in ensuring that some priority ward projects contained in the ward committee-based plan, CPPs, were costed in the 2025-2026 financial year. With the budget having been approved, it is important that councillors be then provided with updates by relevant service delivery directorates pertaining to the implementation of the said project approved in line emanating from ward committees with the budget. The regional ward councillors' engagement championed through the City Manager Strategy Office, Operations Management Office, Community Participation and Action Support, and the Office of the Speaker will commence mid-October 2025. On the status of council membership, on the 17th of September 2025, the Independent Electoral Commission, the IEC, held a by-election in the province, which Ward 64 is one of the wards contested. The said vacancy was eventually filled by Councillor Norman Gilbert from the Democratic Party. Councillor is welcome to the Municipal Council.
Got full capacity.
You
What
are
happened, MK?
welcome, Councillor. Thank you very much for joining the big family of eThekwini.
What happened, MK?
It should be noted that the Municipal Council currently has 3 proportional councillors' vacancies, 2 from the Democratic Alliance due to the resignation of the former councillors Emmanuel Mhlongo and Councillor Eniputh, and 1 from Ubuntu Bato Congress from the former councillor Andile Pasha. Those vacant positions will be filled soon. Those are the announcements. Councillors, item 7, City Manager, the application for the leave of absence.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. We've received the following from Councillor T. Mia, away due to personal commitments. Councillor S.V. Govender requested to leave at 3 p.m. Councillor S. Maharaj, away due to personal commitments. Councillor B. R. Gumede, indisposed. Councillor Z.O. Mnomia, indisposed. Councillor N.P. Hlomuga, indisposed. Councillor Jali, indisposed. Councillor N. Nyanisa, indisposed. Councillor J. Isop, personal commitments. Councillor M.A. Mkize, personal commitment. Councillor E. Mgadi, indisposed. Councillor D.B. Mvubu, personal commitment. Councillor C. Sivoka, indisposed. Councillor N.I. Sitole, personal commitment. Councillor N.J. Mapumulo, indisposed. Councillor A. Shahid is requesting to leave at 12. Councillor T. Mohammed is requesting to leave at 12. Councillor B.V. Mgwengwe to arrive late, personal commitment. Councillor R. Klute, indisposed. Councillor D.M. Kabashe, indisposed. Councillor M. Lunchman, indisposed. Councillor B. Sin, indisposed. Councillor F. Ishmael, indisposed. Councillor D.T. Pillay, away due to personal commitments. Councillor R. Maharaj, indisposed. Councillor H. Shozi, indisposed. Councillor B. Tusi, away due to personal commitments. Councillor K. Kambule to join the meeting at 12. Councillor J. Black, indisposed. Councillor M. Brattenberg, personal commitment. And the last one, Councillor Z. Ntuli, indisposed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mguni. Councillors, are all the leave of absence agreed? Thank you very much. Item 8, declaration of interest. Any councillor to declare interest, please indicate. Any councillor to declare interest? None. Thank you very much. Before we go to item 9, which is the confirmation of minutes, I would like to invite the Kangaroo Zulu dancers from Ward 17, as I've said, to come in the front and perform.
Led by Mwango.
As I've said, they've been to Algeria. They are invited to a number of countries in Africa. We have to be proud if our young people are doing so great for our city.
With the capacity, that's all.
Evacuela madoda.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to let's maintain order. Asibonge kakhulu kwi-kangaroo dancers. I hope that Councillor Sokabasa, you can see the talent we have in our municipality. These young people, not only in Ward 17, in other wards, there are a lot of activities where young people are involved. I wish to see a situation where they are being supported. I know that most of the time, there are no sufficient funds to support such talent and such program. But we have to consider that as council to invest in these young people that are doing a great job. Let's give them the round of applause for the last time. Thank you very much. We are on item 9, which is the confirmation of have read the minutes. The first set is for the urgent meeting that was on the 28th of August 2025. They start from page 5323. The last page is 5456. If there are corrections to be made, please raise your hand so that we can afford you an opportunity to refer us to a page and the paragraphs for corrections of the minutes. There are no corrections on the first set of the minutes. If there are no corrections, may I request that we get the mover for the adoption of the minutes? Any hand that move for the adoption? Councillor Changase?
I move for the adoption of the minutes, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Changase. Any seconder? Councillor Kwela?
Thank you, Speaker. I second.
The minutes have been moved and seconded. Thank you for that. Now the second set is for the meeting that was on the 3rd of September 2025. The thick document in your files. We are going to deal with the in-committee minutes later in the day. For the ordinary council meeting on the 3rd, Any corrections? No corrections. May I have the mover for the second set of our minutes? Councillor Mazibuko.
Thank you, Speaker. I move for for the meeting to second.
Councillor Sokabase.
Second, Speaker.
Minutes have been moved and seconded. Thank you very much. As I've indicated earlier, for the in-committee that was on Wednesday, the 9th, the 3rd of September, we're going to deal with that later in the day. Now, on the board set of minutes, are there any matters arising? Anyone to raise any matter on the board set of minutes? Okay, no matters arising. Let's move to item 11. These are the questions in terms of section 27. But it looked like there are no questions. There are no questions. I've checked the agenda. There are no questions. Now, item 12. These are the reports from the Executive Committee. I will invite His Worship, our Mayor, Councillor Cyril Kaba, to table the report of the Executive. Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Mayor, Chief Whip, all colleagues in the Executive, all councillors, Amakhosi Sendlunkulu, and bonke abantu abathamele lo mcimbi esikuwo namhlanje. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Speaker, it would be amiss of me not first to congratulate you on your achievement. The Speaker was conferred a master's degree in public administration by the University of Natal. This award close quote. Mr. Speaker, you continue to show exemplary leadership. For that, we thank you very much for providing this leadership. And you have asked me to introduce the report of the Executive Committee, and I'm going to do exactly that. It's my honor and pleasure, Speaker, to introduce the first report of the Executive Committee, and that was held on the 16th of September 2025. It starts from page 6. Over to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Acting City Manager, may you please present the first report?
Thank you very much, Babu Speaker. The first report is from Trading Services, noting unbundling of block sum within the 25-26 capital budget of Water and Sanitation Directorate. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Before councillors, I invite the speakers on the item. I have to appreciate all the best wishes I received as the mayor has just concluded on behalf of all of you councillors. I am humbled by the support, words of encouragement. Indeed, I feel that you are part of my life. You keep on encouraging me even on the days where I'm not doing well, but we are very tolerant of my mistakes. But the best wishes I received after that award I received at university is humbling. Councillors, thank you very much. I try by all means to work hard to develop myself so that I become one of the most effective speakers of council in our country. Thank you very much for all what you have said, all what you have done. Councillors, thank you very much. I've got few speakers on the item, councillors. Councillor NP Mchunu from the IFP is a speaker on this item. Councillor Mchunu.
Greetings, Speaker, colleagues, nabalandeli emakhaya ababukayo. Firstly, as the IFP, we're noting this item. Before ngiqhubeke nje ngizocela ukuthi kule table ela ku page 6 up until page 7 align correctly amaward. Ngibonile kunokuphambana kwamaward. Siyawuncoma ke lo msebenzi omuhle kangaka. Siyafisa ukubona uqhubeka. Angingagcini ngoku-identify ama frequently passed. Akuthi nje la sazi khona ukuthi cha nansi lenkinga ilokho iqhubekile bese i-report bese sithi awame kancane ama contractors thumela abasebenzi bamasipala nje abasokwenza la ba attend leyo problem bakwazi ukwenza investigation ukuthi what's the root cause. Abahlali bayadinga impela ukusizakala especially entweni ethinta amanzi nogesi akungabi nje nendawo sekwaziwayo ukuthi cha la amanzi awafiki athunyelwa ama contractors ingenzeki imehluko. Same thing with ugesi kwaze ukuthi kule ndawo la ugesi uyahlupha kodwa kuzolokho kuthunyelwa ama contractors na wena again ungabi khona umehluko. So siyacela ke this approach iqhubeke yenziwe nakwamanye ama departments. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu, ANC, Councillor Mchunu, I'm sorry, Councillor Ndlovu, ANC. Ngiyaxolisa ukunika isibongo ngasona.
Sibingelele somlomo kuwe amakhosi asendlunkulu ubaba umeya na wonke amalungu esigungu esiphezulu namakhansela omkhandlu weTheku. ANC siyasamukela kakhulu lesabelo mali esibekelwe ukulekelela kakhulu kule indawo ezihlupha ngokuqhuma kwamapayipi. Lolu hlelo ke lenziwa umnyango wezamanzi njalo ngonyaka. Isamba siyabekwa eceleni sibe ingxenye yebudget esiyiphasisile. Manje sesenza uhlelo ke lokuthi le mali izoya kuphi. Kodwa ke esikubukile njengecaucus ANC sase siyacela futhi ukuthi umnyango kwenze ukuthi siyakholela ukuthi lesabelo mali esikhona esibekiwe sibekelwe lo msebenzi asanele ngoba zikhona indawo eziningi esikholela ukuthi ifanele ngabe nazo zingxenye yalolu hlelo kodwa ezingelona. Sase sicela ke ukuthi kube khona uhlelo abalenzayo lokuthi basinike isimo sawo wonke amapayipi ngokuhlukana kwama region kumese ke umkhandlu ukwazi ukubuka nekomiti kakhulu ukuthi lifaka kanjani izimali ngoba lento yokuthi amapayipi njalo aloyelungiswa eqhuma ephinde elungiswa ayabuyisela emuva kakhulu umsebenzi wokulwa nento yokulahleka kwamanzi emkhandleni weTheku. Ngaloko ke ANC siyalisupporta kakhulu lolu hlelo. Ngiyabonga somlo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed? Next item, Dr. Mnguni.
Next item is item 1.2 on the same report, request for authority to enter into sub-guarantee contracts with project preparation trust in regard to alternative sanitation project phase 2. Phase 2 funded by the Gates Foundation. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. I've got a few speakers. First speaker is Councillor Smith from DA. Second speaker is from IFP, Councillor Kwala. The third and the last speaker is from the ANC, Councillor Ndlovu. In that order, Councillor Smith.
Morning, colleagues. This item specifically seeks to address and authorize the city manager to enter into a sub-guarantee contract with the Project Preparation Trust to the implementation of the Gates Foundation funded Project Phase 2 on strengthening resilience through alternative sanitation solutions for informal settlements and make minor amendments to the contract as required. And specifically, this item seeks to to address the 4 sites specifically: the Polani settlement, Malaka Road, Ukutuleni, which is in the west, as well as the other one. However, Speaker, with this item, as a whole, we have no issue with it and no issue in supporting it. However, Speaker, when it comes to items like this, as well as many other items, I wish to draw your attention that it's of great importance for this council to effectively run, that we have timely submission of documents that are for consideration by our committees, and that they must be sent timeously and not last minute. It's imperative that all documents, reports and proposals are submitted within their prescribed timeframes to ensure that they are included on official agendas. Unfortunately, we had the experience in our committee where this was laid on table and it jeopardized this item because it was not processed on time. It's the foundation upon which this council rests. It is, in essence, has a fact of deliberation, decision-making, and service delivery, which rests upon effective decision-making at all levels. When submissions are delayed, the result is certain that certain items cannot be placed before us as committee members, and in turn have effective time frames to deliberate on these type of items. And in turn, it impacts our service delivery for said projects on the ground. The consequences of such administrative oversights are particularly acute, especially when items such as this are seeking to address our informal settlements, especially in our rural components in our municipality. Especially when residents are faced with various factors, such as long distances they have to travel to access services. They also have limited access to infrastructure and other service delivery challenges. A delayed agenda item, be it related to water access, road maintenance, agricultural support, or electricity supply, can mean weeks or even months for additional hardship for rural households. So it's imperative that this municipality operates with the speed, especially at an administrative level, where we need items like this placed in our agendas for effective deliberation and implementation. We cannot let our administrative component lapse and falter, especially when we have officials who sit on reports and they don't send it timelessly to the various committees that are in our municipality. So with that, Speaker, we support the item, but we strongly urge that we have a hard look at ourselves and how effectively our committees are running, because we cannot just choose and do what we want to do. All right. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see people are listening.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. But to know why councillors are laughing is the manner you have concluded to debate.
We're making sure people listening, Speaker, that the information is taken in.
Councillor Kwala.
Asibonge sibingelela somlomo. Mhlambe ke somlomo ongazi ukuthi asheshazi. Mhlambe thina ke njengabantu aba previous disadvantage. Uyayithi umulalele bese ubona ukuthi isekhona le nto. Uma ubuka ku TikTok isikhathi esiningi kuduma ingoma ethu yoncengo unyoko. Idumile. Ingoma nje trendayo ngisho ingane encane iyayazi. Bese kuba khona izinto esizikhulumayo as politicians, as leaders, othola ukuthi people are without knowledge of such. But with the item CEIFP, we fully support because sizosizakala la sizoxhaswa i-foundation. Maningi ke ama-memorandum of understanding esinawo asilekelelayo esitheku. Itheku ke kubalekile ukuthi sonke siqonde ukuthi it's an economic hub yase KZN. So khona umuntu oyabona ukuthi being a leader but uyadinga nje noma ama workshop awu 21. I thank you, we agree.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kwala. Councillor Endlovu, ANC.
Udinga i-capacity building.
Order, councillors.
Sibonge Somlomo. Sibingelele. Somlomo lolu hlelo silamukela kakhulu namhlanje kodwa ke mhlawumbe ukucacisa ukuthi kungani kunale request for authority ye sub guarantee ingenxa ukuthi sizokhumbula ukuthi siphasise siyikhanseli i-memorandum of understanding sathi ayiqhubeke yokusebenzisana nale foundation ngenxa yokuhamba kwesikhathi kunama delay kwi research council ngoba i-procurement ayenziwa yithina nama challenges abesema site kubeke sekuwukuthi imali asikwazi ukuyithola direct siwumkhandlu kodwa imali sizoyithola through uDBSA isizo esenze kuona phase 1 bekubhala ama region awu4 kodwa phase 2 is estimated to install 11 technologies ukuthi siyocela zikhaveke indawo ngoba mubuka
Shazi ukuthi asondele eduze kwabo azobachazela ukuthi kahle hle le program isebenza kanjani izosebenza kanjani from now going forward, because it's not gonna stop anyone ukuthi acela usizo if kuukuthi bayalicela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nchai. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have an amendment.
Okay. Can we? Okay. There is an amendment from Councillor Mwango, item 2.2, page 11. 2.2.3. I will request Mwango that you read your amendments so that councillors can clearly hear from you before we entertain it. Over to you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Before I read, let me congratulate you, Speaker, on your academic
Yeah,
achievement.
the microphone for Councillor Mwango is not working. He's not audible enough. Let's sort that microphone.
Our seven, okay.
Yeah. Sound system team, can you please assist Councillor Mwango with the roving mic while you are sorting his microphone? Yeah, okay, it looks like all those microphones are having a problem. Please, team, attend to them.
Thank you. Ngizani?
No Facebook.
Madlala. Ivalo madlala. No, thank you. No, correct my time. We have 4 minutes. Okay, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Before I read, let me congratulate you on your academic achievement on perfection essay. You made us proud as this council, as the Honourable Mayor have said. The amendment is on 2.2.3. Can you please correct my time? No, 4 minutes. Man.
No Facebook.
Khuluma MKP. Muphuma lapho hambe gogo yokuxawula ka7.
Hambe yo campaign amncango uthola ama vote khona uzothola isikhathi esanele.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Speaker. The amendment we are making is 2.2.3. We suggest to read as, to ensure there is transparency, the municipality will ensure the list of registered beneficiaries is available online and can be accessible to the public. Full stop. So all we are saying, Honourable Speaker, there should be transparency on beneficiaries, and the public can just access online and able to see where am I on the list. And I think it's make it easier. No reason why you can't be transparent with the public on these processes, because it's afterwards. Those who are registered already. That's all we are suggesting.
Yeah. In other words, we are adding.
Yes.
Another recommendations.
Yes.
Okay. There is a proposal to add the recommendations on top of what it appears in the report. But I see a few hands. Before council make a decision, I will start with Councillor Madlala, Kuzwayo, Councillor Pillay, then lastly Councillor Kuala. Okay. There's Lovu, there's Nyambose. Will be the last in that order.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Ngijoyine nami queue yalaba asebekuhalalisele ngokuhloma uphaphele kwalagwala njoba udle umhlanganiso nje kwezemfundo siyakubongela kakhulu Bhodla Nkomo siyazibongela nathi ukuthi abaholi bethu abangaphambili kuthina bayekhomba indlela kuloko bengifisa ukubheka ngicele ukuthi abeluleki bezomthetho ke basiluleke la ngenxa yokuthi asifuni ukuvele siphikise njengoba naku ukukhuluma umncwango kepha sifisa ukuthi into esiyenzayo ikwazi ukuthi ukuncika kakhulu emthethweni okokuqala besifisa ukubheka kwabezomthetho ukuthi akuyona into yala eThekwini kuphela le kade kune pilot project njengoba kusho ireport abanye omasipala sebeyenzile thina sesiyoyimbandakanya nento eseke kwenzeka ngaphambilini ukuthi izifundo ezitholakele kulabo masipala ikhona yini lento yokuthi bafake amagama ama beneficiaries ukuthi abe into evelile nje ezobonwa inombani okokuqala okwesibili ukuthi uma ukuthi ke siyakwenza lokho sivumelekile ukwenza ave yini sizobe sesizibeka kabi esimweni salomthetho othi kumele imininingwane yomuntu ngamunye ivikelwe ingabi into nje ebasesidlangalaleni ibonwe nombani kungasho lokho ukuthi asifuni ukuthi kwenzeke lento engicabanga ukuthi inhloso umncwanga ayikhulumela ile ukuthi kube khona ukukhanya ba kwendlela asizenza ngayo izinto kepha ingenxa yokuthi asifuni ukuthi sithi sizama ukwenza lokho bese ngala sixoxa umthetho besicela ukuzwa nje kwabezomthetho ukuthi lokho ekungenzeka yini ngiyabonga.
Okay, thank you Councillor Madlala. I will invite legal to guide council as per your request, but I will do that at the end of the discussion after all the councillors that have been recognized have completed their debate. Councillor Ntando Kuzwayo.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Honorable Speaker nina bakamisi mude ovele ngesilulu phakathi kwamangisi namaqatasi bengifuna nami ukuphakamisa iphuzu liphakanyiswa uKhansela uMadlala ukuthi kunomthetho uyipopi lapha manje fanele ke sithole ulwazi ukuthi asizokuthatha yini ngoba iKhansela ayikwazi ukuthatha i-resolution that is unlawful so ilokho bengifuna ukuphakamisa Honorable Speaker.
Thank you Councillor Pillay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm covered by Councillor Ntando. The Poppy Act, legal need to advise us on that because we cannot have people's personal information flaunted on the internet. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kwala.
Nami ngiyaqala ukuvumelana nenqolo emasondo kalula. Yebo si GNU. Ngicabanga ukuthi ungqondo mhlawumbe kunezinto angayicwaninganga. Because my ikhuluma ngetransparency ikhona iyachaza and le document akusikhona ukuthi ifike namhlanje iqale yaba nama workshops so akuyona into yanamhlanje asikwazi ke namhlanje ukufika sesithi ayamenda ngokubuka kwethu eCIFP sibona ukuthi njengonesasi somthetho kufanele ngabe uyayiunderstanda umhlonisha umjudge kodwa akasikuvumela ukuthi ulokozana unjomana as advise kodwa thina nje IFP sizoyiphika ngeke siyivume amendment siyabonga.
Councillor Kacheni.
Somlomo ngicabanga ukuthi nami ngicishe ngihambe kumazwi ozakwethu. There is no single form for a general public access and that's not only here in eThekwini, it's national. Ilento ukuthi wakhipha umfundisi siyabonga Somlomo.
Thank you Councillor Mthethwa. Order.
Illegal opinion, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. There's a hand there, but you see, Councillor, I will point you. But in future, when you open a matter for debate, please raise your hands earlier so that the meeting can be properly managed. Now, you raise your hands after I've recognized all other hands, but nevertheless, come in.
You from the box.
Thank you, Speaker.
I think the point being raised here is not for all the details to be online. The whole point of having a register that is available to the public
Order.
is having a register available to the public is
Point of
that
order,
they
Speaker.
can see where they are on the line,
Speaker.
on the list,
Speaker.
and they are not superseded
Speaker.
or changed
Speaker.
as in what has happened in the past, which we have seen in Phoenix and other allocations of housing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Let me, no, I'm not taking any more hands now. Let me invite legal to guide us on the proposed amendment, which is an additional recommendation, what is contained in the report. Jomane?
Thank you, Babu Speaker, and greetings
Speaker.
to all councillors.
Speaker.
No, I'm not taking hands.
Speaker, I must apologize.
No.
Our mics are not working.
No. Legal.
If our mics are not working,
No.
we can't engage this
Councillor
meeting.
Kaveda, no, please respect them. Councillor Kaveda, please. Jomane? I've given you sufficient time to engage on the matter. Legal?
Thank you. I think the issue of Popia has sufficiently been canvassed, and I expected my learned friend, Councillor Ntuli, to be the one who raises the issue. But other councillors have overtaken him. There are Popia implications in terms of personal information, which I have established that we are all aware of. But over and above that, Babu Speaker, if we pay close attention to the recommendations of this item, we are approving the implementation of a program of the national government. It's not our program, so it's not up to us what can be done or cannot be done. That is the jurisdiction of either the minister or the National Department of Human Settlements. So I think if we were to add this resolution, we would then be giving ourselves, Councillor Ntuli and ourselves will say it will be ultra vires. It's over and above the powers that we have. It's not our business to add or to remove what should be in the National Housing Needs Register. So I think it is ultra vires and it should be unlawful.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. Based on the, yes.
Just to add, lastly, Bob Speaker, as far as I understand it, and the acting city managers also pointed this out, the people who are beneficiaries or who are part of the database will have access to information to check on their registration themselves, not on other people's matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Based on the guidance and the opinion provided by our legal to council, the proposal or the amendment from Councillor Mwango won't be tabled for council to vote on it, because we have been guided and it is clear that we are discussing the implementation of a program adopted by the national government. I therefore rule that the item won't be tabled for a vote. Then Councillor Mwango, you will come back on this substantive item. But let me take the point of order first before I invite you, Councillor Mwango.
Hayi somlomo besibona kuvoto ngoba I-social media izosishaya ntambama. Asivote nje ukuze umncanga akhululeke. Ungamvimbi ngoba I-social media ntambama soba nenkinga.
No, Councillor Kwala, we don't work to report to the social media. We are guided by the rules here. Councillor Mngango is part of the meeting. Councillor Mngango, can I invite you on the substantive item?
I withdraw, Speaker.
Yeah, Honourable Speaker, thank you. While I hear the legal action SA have no objection to the item, I think one didn't get a chance also to give proper explanation, but I understand what legal is saying. I don't believe there is any proper act on this issue. One must say, Speaker, when you assess information in the system, it doesn't mean you assess for others. All you are saying is a recipient must be able to check where am I on the list. That's all we're asking. Not that it must be a list seen by everyone. But obviously the understanding will differ. Other than that, Speaker, the item 2.2.2 talk about electronic system for the purposes or will be provided by national department. We understand. There will be a system in place. So there's no reason why we can't do that. But other than that, Honourable Speaker, we understand that others are just good in howling. There's no capacity. We have no problem. We understand that. But we do support the recommendation.
Hey, you are wasting a time
thank you,
discussing
Councillor
indeficiencies.
Dlovu.
We are discussing indeficiency.
Councillor Kacheni, EFF.
Okay, thanks Somlomo. No, sibonga kakhulu ithuba Somlomo. Ngicabanga ukuthi njenge EFF silishayela ihlombe lolu hlelo oluza nohulumeni. Ngicabanga ukuthi lizolekelela kakhulu, especially that this will be accessible online. Ngicabanga ukuthi ubaba lapho uzokela ubengayifundanga le item kahle. Because iyachaza and the program iyachaza ukuthi izokwenzeka kanjani le program. So ngicabanga ukuthi oluhlelo lokuqola lokwazi kuzosilekela kakhulu ukwazi ukuthi abantu badinga izindlu kuphi, hlobo lwezindlu, neminyaka futhi abantu abadinga izindlu. You will get that all that information, or this lolu hlelo luzosilekela kakhulu ukuthi sikwazi ukuqokelela ulwazi olunjengalolo. Nanokuthi ke luvulelekile, wonke umuntu uyakwazi ukuthi alibone ukuthi lufeke kangakanani to everyone ukuze akwazi uma eparticipate kulona singakhale ngalento ukuthi izindlu zinikwa obani abayithole. But ikakhulu asikugcizelele nalokho ukuthi lolu hlelo losilekelela njengoba uza kwethu laphana kwi-IFP ubesho ukuthi sazi imhlaba esinayo ngoba imhlaba siyayifuna ukuthi sikwazi ukwakhela abantu bakithi ilokhuzana izindlu. Laba onke abakayikhonjwa siyawufuna umhlaba la abahleli nawo bangawusebenzisi because sizithola sihlele endaweni ezingemjondolo singakwazi ukuimplementa oluhlelo noma singakwazi ukuallocate izindlu even so umasipala weTheku because sinomhlaba namayadi amakhulu ahleli abantu abangawusebenzisa abafuna nje ukuyihambela kuona ngezisu bayibukele bona nabangani babo nezinja zabo kodwa abantu bengenazo izindlu zokuhlala. So ngalokho ke lokho sicabanga ukuthi uzosilekela kakhulu and again lolu hlelo ukwenzeka kwalo lizobe li-engage i-EPWP workers okusilekelela kakhulu ukuthi abantu bakithi ba-create-elwe amathuba emisebenzi okukhombisa ukuthi uhulumeni wethu uyabacabangela abantu bakithi baseningizimu ne-Afrika. So ke uhlelo lesicabanga ukuthi ezandleni zethu njenge-economic freedom fighter lizoba sezandleni eziphephile kakhulu ukuze sikwazi ukulekelela abantu baseThekwini naseningizimu ne-Afrika iyonkana. Siyasibongela Somlomo.
Oshaya sibanda.
ANC, Councillor Mkhize.
Sibonga ithuba Speaker. So ANC siyayisupporta le item. Ngicabanga ukuthi Speaker at this point there is a lot that has been explained regarding this item. Trying to help ubaba uMncango to understand the item itself, that all these things are ngazo zikhona and nabantu bazokwazi ukuzichecka kwi-register and ba-check ama-status abo within the register and it's written here kwi-report. Mase kuphinda kuzoba ukuthi Speaker lolu hlelo luzosisiza sumasipala ukuthi sazi abantu bethu ukuthi bangaka abantu abadinga izindlu. Ngaphezu kwalokho akubona abantu abadinga izindlu kuphela. Abantu base South Africa abanye banawo amandla okuzakhela and bayawafuna ukuthi umasipala ubanikeza ama-site bakwazi ukuthi nena develop lawo ma site and then abesenikezwa abantu baseThekwini ekutheni bakwazi ukuthi bazakhele kulolu hlelo somlomo sinenhloso yokuthi siprofile umndeni nomndeni kubantu abadinga izindlu sazi umuntu siphinde sithathe nama personal details akhe umuntu le information le ebuke kubaba uMncwango ayifuna kakhulu kodwa ngeke azayithole mase siphinda futhi somlomo siphinda umuntu simnikeza ichoice whether ufuna RDP house noma ufuna indlu azoyirenta noma olunye uhlelo lwe-service site futhi somlomo so ziningi izinto esithenene asidlule kuzona ezosilekelela uma ngabe si-approve le item sengigcina speaker akwengikhuthaze laba abafuna ukuyohlala eCape Town ukuthi abahambe bayohlala eCape Town because la eThekwini sikhona ama complaints siyawa attenda nama crises abantu siyakwazi ukuthi siwa attend but ukansela ukhuzwayo asinako ukuthi masilele kwi-council asinako ukuthi masilele kwi-council ukansela ukhuzwayo
Speaker ngicela sorry ukansela on the somlomo
Order.
Sibone iqhuno ngithi speaker ngicela ukansela on the floor address wena hlukane namphansi
No, Councillor Ukhuzwayo. Councillor Ukhuzwayo, there's nothing wrong if we were still the point of order is overruled because I have not yet heard what Councillor Mkhize is about to say. Now I can't rule on something that have not been presented to council. Councillor Mkhize, can you conclude the point?
Shaya Kabazela. Moyakhulu Somlomo. Somlomo.
Order.
Bukhona lobuhlotshana
Ngaphandle Somlomo kokunaka abantu abathi mabephuma ekhaya baqambela ingane zabamanga bathi baye emsebenzini kanti bazodlala la and then asiqhubekeni nomsebenzi bengichaza into ethi lapha eCape Town le akhala ngayo ukhansela ukhuzwayo abantu bakhona enyanga bakhe abantu kujantshwe stimela nasekhaya and then
point of order Councillor Nyamboza
umthetho waseCape Town
Cape Town umthetho
order
No, what Councillor Kuzo was saying was said by the President, so Mkhize must not overrule the President here.
wena ungena
Ingawa bangayimeya nje.
wena ungena
Ngabe kushayile kumeya candidate.
The President said we must go benchmark in Cape Town. That was not us.
Nazo.
Councillors, please maintain order. Your point of order, Nyamboza, is overruled. As you conclude, Kabazela.
As I conclude, Speaker, Somlomo bengifisa ukusho ukuthi le national register le esitshelwa ngayo ukuthi yasebenza komasipala beDA isebenzela abamhlophe kuphela. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mkhize. Councillors, recommendations are on page 12. 2.2.1 is for approval. 2.2.2 is for noting. Is 2.2.1 agreed? 2.2.2 noted. Thank you very much. Next item, Dr. Mngoni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next one is item 2.3, authority to conduct a public participation process in terms of the municipal assets transfer regulations 2008 to grant right to use, control and manage the proposed leases over proposed sites SA 1094 on ERF 8051 of Durban proposed SA 1062 on the remainder of ERF 1 Durban and proposed SA 1061 on the remainder of ERF 16181 and ERF 6182 and 12460, all of Durban. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mngoni. There are three speakers here. From DA is Councillor Kuzwayo, ANC, Councillor Mkhize, ANC, Councillor Ngwengwe. In that order, Councillor Kuzwayo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mine, Speaker, is just a request that when this item are brought to council, to have a proper address. We did request before, but they still come like this. It's okay for the members of the committee because when they get the committee agenda, they can see all the full information. But for the rest of the colleagues, they don't have access to that. So we request that, Speaker, they aid all those things so that all councillors can play oversight role. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kuzwayo. Councillor Mkize.
Ngixolisa somlomo ngicabanga ukuthi ngingene ngephutha beku councillor Mngwengwe.
Councillor Mngwengwe.
Siyabonga somlomo sibengelele amakhosi asendlunkulu amakhansela wonke akhona. Sifisa ukubonga kakhulu umeya wethu osiholayo uVusumuzi Cyril Xaba ngokulalela uma abantu bekhuluma abese yakwazi ukuphendula. Le report esipha ngwethu namhlanje iqonde ukuzophendula njengoba meqala inyanga saba nesimo sokunyakaza kosomatekisi eThekwini bekhala ngokuthi indawo zokupaka imoto zaba zikho noma zenele. Namhlanje sithi ke umkhandlu mawusupporte le report ukuze kuqalwe kuxoxiswane nemphakathi yethu nabo bonke abathintekayo ukuze udaba lokungabibikho noma kokushoda kwendawo zokupaka imoto kube khona. Kuyindlela ke ukhongolose osebenza ngayo ukulalela bese siyaphendula. Siyabonga somlomo.
Thank you, Councillor Mngwengwe. Councillors, the recommendation is on page 13. Are the recommendation agreed? Jomane?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that the resolution of the council is recorded accurately, I notice on the second line of 2.3.1 that there is reference to regulation 3430B. I think it should be regulation 34.3B and remove the 0.
Okay, with that amendment, councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Next item.
Thank you. The next item is item 2.4, request for authority for the city manager to enter into a memorandum of agreement between the Ethekwini municipality and Transnet regarding Umlazi Canal upgrade and handover. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kwala, you are the first. Councillor Mngwengwe, you are the second and the last. In that order.
Asibonge somlomo. Mhlambe it is imperative for this council to approve the item. SIFP ke besifisa mhlambe beside nje city manager besifisa ungathi ubaba uNonkosi abe close kule process. Ayigcini ngokusiluzisa i-economy leya canal. Kodwa we all remember ukuthi on 11 April 2022 sibe nama floods. I affected kakhulu leya lokhoza leya canal. So uma igcini ngalokhoziwe ngempela idinga nje i-urgent intervention. So mhlambe le memorandum of understanding or i-agreement izasilekelela. Bese kuba ke ile ethi we are losing 75 billion into esingenayo ngisho thina somkhandlu for the whole financial year. Abanye beng understand ngoba sikhuluma financial year bayafuna ukuyidebate ama isiphasisiwe. Kodwa abantu abayazi indaba ebudget they understand ukuthi uma uluza 75 billion into ongenayo for almost 12 months i crisis leyo. Besicela ke nathi njenge IFP ukuthi beside ke ukuthi u city manager but u chairperson of iESCO ayibuke close ne executive yonke indaba yase Lokhuzini ngoba ngaphandle kwale ya hub ithekwa lilutho. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Councillor Kwala, Ngwengwe.
Siyabonga somlomo. Okokuqala sifisa ukubonga kakhulu ukuthi umengameli wezwe wathumela ithimba kuba lizosebenza nomkhandlu waseThekwini okuzale ukuba kube khona ukusebenzisana nokubambisana phakathi kwethu njengoba iTheku njoba fanele sign memorandum of understanding kuzofanele kube khona esikwenzayo okuthinta ukudesignwa komsebenzi ukwenzela ukuthi uTransnet njengabanikazi becanal bathi mesebenza ngemali zabo nemali abazobe beyithola ku-national government bese kuthi ekugcineni bese bewudlulisela eThekwini uze siqhubeke njengomkhandlu waseThekwini ukubhekelela leya ndawo ngoba yona inako ukusihlupha xashane kukhona izimo zomzulu zezulu okudala ukuthi indawo ezilapha ezansi oMondi oToyota kanye nabahlali nje bahlukumezeke. Siyabonga ukuthi egcineni lo mbiko ufikile la kufanele support ukuze sivikele ieconomy yaseThekwini nabantu abasebenza kulezi indawo siphinde senze isiqiniseko ukuthi sihlezi simi ngobhojozi ukubhekana nazo zonke izimo zomozulu. Siyabonga.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendation is on the bottom of page 14. Is the recommendation agreed? Next item.
The next item is item 2.5 on page 15. Is noting unbundling of block sum for Ethekwini Transport Authority, public transport infrastructure. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Acting City Manager. Is the recommendation noted, councillors? Thank you. Next item. I think this is the second report of the Executive Committee on page 21. We will again request His Worship to table the second report of the Executive Committee.
Speaker, thank you very much. It's my honor indeed once again to present the report of the Executive Committee, second report of the Executive Committee dated 22 September 2025, starting from page 21. It is so tabled, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you, House Speaker. The first report is from Community Services Committee regarding the meeting that was held on the 18th of September. 1.1, intention to proceed with section 116.3 of the MFMA to extend the lease for premises, Grosvenor Library and District 6 support offices situated at 3 Wesley Road, Bluff, Durban. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Two speakers, Councillor Kaula, EFF, Councillor Sokabase, ANC. Two speakers only. Councillor Kaula.
Ngibingelele ngibonge Speaker. Njengeqembu le-Economic Freedom Fighters, we support the extension of the lease agreement, but siyacela ukuthi umasipala uconsider ukwakha noma ukowna amabhilidi noma ama-office kuye kuqashwa most of the offices ngoba lento ichitha imali eningi. We support this item because izolekelela kakhulu ukuqhubezela kuyi-contract ukuthi ekufunda izingane but siyacela ukuthi ake siphushe kakhulu njengalomkhandlu ukuthi asiyeke ukuqasha kakhulu indawo asifunda ukuthi sizitholele indawo zethu maningi amabhilidi noma singayithola indawo lo 36 month siyawamkela kodwa siyacela ukuthi kube kufuna indawo ezokwakhela kona umphakathi ukuthi izokwazi ukuthi sibe nezinto zethu ngiyabonga.
Thank you Councillor Sokhabase.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Honorable Speaker. Siyabonga ukuthi lo msebenzi usuwenzekile waya ngaphandle kwavunyelwana ukuthi le service ye library iqhubeke laphana eBluff. Ngiyacabanga Speaker ikulekelelile kakhulu while usebenza lo msebenzi okade uachieve. Siyabonga siyafisa ke ukuthi nisivumele ukuthi siyilule le lease agreement esinayo nalo sibolekile indawo lapha yana ngoba sibonile ukuthi yonke izinto uyazimitha kahle ngendlela efanelekile. Siyavumelana futhi nokhansela ukhulumile phambilini ukuthi kuyadinga ukuthi umasipala unciphise ukwenza irent kube amabhilidi ethu kodwa kuzofanele sikubeke futhi emqondweni ukuthi le function esiyenzayo lana siyibolekele siyenzela isphere esingaphezulu kwethu esiyi province so kubaluleka ukuthi uma siwakha sazi ukuthi imali yethu sizoyirecover kanjani nakho ke ukubolekisa ukuthi sibe la esikhokha khona irent kuyinkinga kakhulu. Siyafisa ke ukuthi uma kwakhiwa izakhiwo zikamasipala basiphe indawo la esokwazi ukuthi sifake khona ama-library ethu ukuze irent kube ukuthi ihamba ngaphakathi kwamasipala than ukuthi siyikhiphele ngaphandle imali. Siyabonga kakhulu siyacela ukuthi nisemukele ukuthi siqhubezele le lease.
Thank you very much. Are the recommendations noted, councillors? Next item.
Next item is item 2.1 from a report coming through economic development. Application in terms of the eThekwini Municipal Planning and Land Use Management Second Amendment Bylaw of 2021 for the amendment of eThekwini Municipality Land Use Scheme, Node Sub-Scheme, Section 7, Development Facilitation Table, General Residential 1, Additional Controls, by adding additional control 7.4 as follows. ERF 1076, Umhlanga Rocks, Umhlanga Sands Resort, the permissible floor area ratio shall be 1.7 and the coverage shall be limited to 35%. Read in conjunction with decision notice number LUMS 2025-021 30003 NR, situated at 44 Lagoon Drive, Umhlanga Rocks. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngoni. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Next item.
Next one is item 2.2 on page 26. Request for authority to host the eThekwini Local Economic Development Summit in October 2025. Committee recommends.
There are speakers on the item. The first speaker is from the IFP, Councillor Kwala. Councillor Mieni, the Deputy Mayor, with 2 minutes, donated by the ANC. EFF, Councillor Nyembezi. Action SA, Councillor Mwango, 3 minutes. From APC, MKP, and KZNI. Lastly, from the ANC is Councillor T. Tuli. In that order, Councillor Kwala.
Somlomo unayo imali yokuhlawula ukhansela umqunu ngoba umshintsha ibongo. Kubhala umqunu Somlomo la.
Okay.
Uzokuhlawulisa enduneni. Ikhona induna la.
Okay. La sinogwala kodwa amukho umchunu shothi mekubhalwa ubhaleke kabi uphi umchunu
Speaker ngiqale ngawo uNdlovu sengogwala manje shothi uSpeaker uyangishadisa namhlanje umuntu akabonge for this item sayithakaselela kakhulu thina siu IFP nanokuthi it will address the challenges of low economic participation in eThekwini mhlawumbe umuntu akayibuza ukuthi sifike kanjani kuze kube low participation kwi economy Speaker mhlawumbe kulendlu namhlanje siyawazi nathi ama challenges ukuthi sifike kanjani lapho sifike ngoba ama local businesses amaningi ase owner ama non South Africans gisho ama undocumented for that matter they are owning ama local businesses so as a result that's why sekuna less contribution kwi local economy so into ezosilekelela ke speaker njengoba sizoba nale summit ezo addressa lokhu nathi siwumkhandlu siyazama but asifakeni kakhulu ke isandla ekulekeleleni osomabhizinisi abancane emalokishini amabhizinisi anjengoma salons amabhizinisi anjengoma car wash ama fast food outlets tuck shop maningi ngeke ngiqede list namhlanje kodwa nje uma ngahle siwumkhandlu weTheku sithi cha nathi ezitheku sizoqinisekisa ukuthi amabhizinisi anjalo aranwa abantu baseningizimu Afrika sizobona umehluko kumnotho wethu ngiyabonga
Thank you very much Councillor Mchono Councillor Myeni Deputy Mayor
Honorable Speaker, His Worship the Mayor, Whip of Council, Amakhosi Sendlunkulu, Honorable Councillors, Acting CM, umphakathi wonke osilalele. As the National Freedom Party, we fully support the hosting of the two-day eThekwini Local Economic Development Summit next month. This summit is timelessly as we accelerate the effort to build an inclusive economy integrating those previously excluded from economic activities. We all know that the structural inequalities limited the access to finance, inadequate infrastructure and insufficient skills and development that hinder the participation of some sectors in our lives, this mainstream economy. Therefore, the LED Summit aims to position the local economic development as a strategic pillar of development, local government that leaves no one behind. It is this that the National Freedom Party feels that we really needed this moving forward, and we hope that part of this program is also going to address some sectors of economy where some individuals are excluded due to the fact that we inherited the system from Montabaga Ikonjwa. As the National Freedom Party, we support the item Siyabonga.
Thank you very much Deputy Mayor Councillor Nyembezi
Somlomo ngibingelele councillors, staff and officials, all protocol observed. The EFF is pleased to support the request for authority to host a Ethekwini local economic development event at our entity called ICC, Gaulo today. This event will be promoting economic growth, attract investment, kubonakala bomnotho baqhubeke bafake imali kumkhandla and development yentsha ngamathuba omsebenzi, ngamakhono nanolwazi ukuthi amabhizinisi aranwa kanjani. Also, it will facilitate a partnership between local business, uhulumende and other stakeholders kumkhandla. The event will showcase eThekwini economic opportunities, attracting investment and talent laseThekwini. So inhlangano yeFF yayiseka item. Sikubonge nokwenziwa ukhansela ukhuzayo ukusiculela. Bese sitshela ukuthi uyabasokela ugwede montage. Siyabonga Somlomo.
Thank you Councillor Nyembezi Ncwango
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, while one supports the initiative, but we can't stop questioning the issues around the planning of such initiative. Because if you look at the date, it means the workshop will be conducted next week. Now, then you ask yourself that when then are you going to able to prepare and ensure that the participants are informed on time and everyone knows who's supposed to be going there? And there is also transparency in these processes because we seeking to benefit almost all 111 wards according to this. Now, one is wondering then how the mobilization will take place unless if we are just here to rubber stamp. It's already done. But if it's not done, then one is concerned about the planning, and we hope that in future we can plan much better, at least to have something like this which seek to benefit those who really need to benefit, who have been excluded. I think we need to ensure that we give enough time so that those who may participate can plan accordingly and be available as well. So with that, Honourable Speaker, as I say, we do support the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ntuli.
Sibonga somlomo sibingelela amakhosi asendlunkulu bese sibingelela amakhansela kanye nayo yonke administration. Mhlamba ngiqale ngokusho somlomo ukuthi ikhona into ethi le item ephangi kwethu abanye abantu abayi understand kahle ukuthi iyini. And yonto yokuhlala isilimaza leThekwini ngoba njalo masicabanga umnotho hlale sicabanga lama business amancane. And lama business engewona ama business esuka ngempela siwatargetile. I-LED summit mhlawumbe igabi ngoba ne local. Sikhuluma thina ngomnotho wonke inhlobo yomnotho oseThekwini. And umnotho lo kuyiwona esifisa wonke umuntu makwazi to participate kuwona. Siyazi ukuthi kunengxaki ezidalwa izinto ezenzeka in the past in 300 years ago till the times fika democracy. Ukuthi kunabantu bakithi akade bebewe ngaphandle emnothweni ngenxa ye mainstream economy and due to structural equality and inadequate infrastructure emakhaya abantu abehleli khona ne limited access kwezimali nakuma skills. This exclusion has resulted in a high unemployment, underdevelopment, and prosperant in poverty. Ikona abantu bakithi bexaka ngabe hluphekile speaker ngoba bona lokucinezela kwabo nalokwenziwa kwabanga ingxenye yomnotho kubenze bazi bafica nazo zonke lenkinga ababhekene nazo. Sithi ke local economic development is a backbone of sustainable growth in our community and in our municipality. Municipalities are at heart of service delivery, business support, and community empowerment. Hosting LED Summit provides a unique platform for collective action and innovation because there is no single institution that can drive economic growth alone. It required collaboration of government, private sector, civic societies, and communities. Municipalities carry the responsibility to create an environment where business can thrive and residents can find a meaningful employment. However, no single institution that can achieve this alone. I-LED kona ke sithi ke ayibe khona ukuzawulekele lenye izinto esidinga amayenziwe yona i-LED. I-LED is therefore a strategic approach that aims at addressing these disparities by empowering community to enhance local resources, attract investment, and create inclusive, sustainable economic growth. LED is considered as an alternative to controversial excluded areas, and population can meaningfully participate and benefit from the broader economy. The Ethekwini LED Summit will provide a strategic platform to coordinate effort, strengthening partnership and align local initiative with national, provincial, and also municipality priorities. Honorable Speaker, the LED Summit will bring together stakeholders from all levels of government, even traditional authorities, community leaders, and everybody will be part of it. I must explain this ngoba khona into ekhulunywa umncango ngoba lento ongafuna ukufunda kwena ama report yenza nikhuluma amaphutha emhlanganweni kube nihleli kabi ku TV. Uma ngabe sikhuluma ngomhla ka4 sikhuluma ngabantu abama ward committee members who are participating speak every day entweni ze development. Ngeke umncango akwazi ukuunderstand ngoba hayona iward council umuntu nje oyicouncil ongazi ukwenzakalani masikhuluma ngala ubantu abakuma ward committees. Okugcina i-conference izoba ngomhla ka-28 and 29. Inhloso yethu esifuna le conference nithathe serious nisondele kuyo. Uyabona masihamba nje economic development all over the city. Most of the time sine problem yokuthi not only foreigners, some of the people that are calling themselves business forums, they are taking over economy benza abanye abantu bakithi abahluphekile nabantu bakithi abakuma level apha bangakwazi ukungena kwi-economy. Even the issue of job opportunities that are there, kunabantu that seem to take those things zibelong ekubona as individual. That's why the summit fanele siyixoxele nisiyilungise kuze abantu baseThekwini bakufile ukuthi masikhuluma nge-LED they are part and parcel of economy yaseThekwini. Should ichaza ukuthi maniza ngemncwango fanele wazi ukuthi wena sikufuna ngomhla ka-28 29 uzocontribute azoblame umuntu. Come with solution on problem. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Delolo.
Next report. Next item, Dr. Mguni.
Thank you. The next item is on page 29. Item 3.1 from the Finance Committee meeting that was held on the 18th of September is the final expenditure report as at 30 June 2025. Committee recommends.
Two speakers. Councillor Perte from TA. His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Kaba, you are the second and the last speaker. In that order, Councillor Perte.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, one recalls that a month before the end of the financial year, the Executive Committee sat in Council Chamber where the departments were requested or instructed to meet budget expectations, because at that point the municipality was falling far short of the figures that were put into the budget when it was approved last year. Yes, there was accelerated spending and there were promises of invoices being kept in drawers that were going to be processed and which would change the figures considerably. The reality is that the figures did not necessarily change because of invoices in drawers, but because the figures were adjusted as part of an adjustment budget to enhance those percentages. If one had to go back to the original figures that were approved with the budget, one would see that, for instance, sanitation that is now reflected at 105% would have actually only achieved 84%. CES now at 96, or safety and security at 96, would have been 83%. Health only 67%. Finance not 98 but 65%. Same with governments, not 98 but 69%. And the entities not 89 but 51%. And if you had to separate the ICC, you would see that that's actually only 38% from the original. So if you change the goalposts, you change the game. But the most concerning is probably human settlements, which now reflects as 95 after the adjustment. If you take it back to the regional, it's 59%, because it means we underspent 400 million on housing. It's probably much easier to explain, or maybe more difficult to explain to those who've just come through the rain season without a roof over their heads. But one would have to go further now, see what do we say? In the report it says our debt impairment is because of the state of the economy and the litigation matters. Well, that's to be understood against an unemployment figure of 32.9% that's accumulated over the last 30 years under ANC rule. So let's see where we lost the revenue. Water, 509.2 million. Well, you can't gain any revenue if there's no water in the taps, because then you can't charge the people because they're not using. The same with wastewater. We lose 154.4 million because it's coupled to water. Because if you got no water, you cannot flush, you cannot gain an income. Then you look, where's the next one? The people mover, 67.6 million. Well, this one would have to wonder, why is it that the people are not traveling through our city? And in my way in this morning, from the M4, which is overgrown with weeds and cars weaving because the bushes are now encroaching, coming down the embankment, and you look at Albert Park with the grass standing knee-high behind a newly erected fence, coming through the city, and you have to dodge potholes and manholes that are sunk in the road, and the stench of sewage bubbling. One would have to understand why nobody is driving with a people mover through the city. And last but not least, going to Shaka, because there the roads are even worse. We've lost interest of 228.8 million because we didn't have money to invest. And we lose rental of 494 million because the entities like the ICC cannot fill its halls. So we have to say, use it at nominal cost, else we don't know how we're going to breach it. Surcharges and tax, another 39.3 million gone. So how do we make that up? Well, we say we're going to get 548 million in interest of arrears accounts. Well, we already know that's sitting at 41 billion.
Point of order. Yes, Somlong, ukansela okhulumayo la ukanga participate masipasisi budget. Manje uleke khuluma ngalezi mali. So is out of order. Ngona khulume ngenye into. Chair, thanks.
Yeah, your point of order is overruled, Councillor Mkhize.
Thank you, Chair. The truth hurts. 548 million we hope to get in interest, but that's only going to go to the 41 billion that's outstanding that we're not able to recover. So property rates, we say we're going to gain some interest there of 267 million because people cannot pay us. Remember that unemployment, and we're going to milk them a little bit more. So we make up the deficit by increasing the property values and gaining another 1.1 billion there. Why not milk that cow while it's still standing? So the DA reluctantly or with reserve notice report. But on the other side, there's an upside. There's always a silver lining to every dark cloud. If you had to look at the results of Ward 64, it says quite soon, because local government elections are coming, people should be getting better governance. Because it would mean the DA would be sitting there, the ANC would be somewhere there, the Action SA would be somewhere there. Yes. So soon, we promise the people there will be better governance and we will not be sitting this. The DA notes with reserve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Let me first welcome the report. Initially, it was reported that the municipality was going to underspend on its capital budget. I agree with Councillor Berger that the mayor quickly convened a meeting of the executive committee to hold management to explain the reasons for what appeared to be the under expenditure. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that after accruals, Councillor Berger will note that the report is referring to, it was before the accruals. It was just about a month before the end of the financial year. They still had to factor accruals. So after accruals, Mr. Speaker, the expenditure performance on capital budget increased to 96%. I think the colleagues deserve a round of applause. Thank you. I thought Councillor Berger was going to do it.
No, only the 10% clapped.
Sure.
Chair.
And I must also add, Mrs. Honourable Speaker, that the operating budget as well, the expenditure reached a whopping 60.99 billion rand, translating into 95% of the total operating budget. I should also add that the city exceeded its revenue target, having over-collected by 2%. These are good news, and really must commend the team when they do well. The city collected 58.4 billion rand against the projected revenue of 57.6 million rand. It's well over, I think close to about R1 billion over collection. That represents 2%. Thank you very much, colleagues. This is a commendable effort which resulted from our enforcement of credit control and debt policy of the municipality. However, I should note the historic debt of about 40 billion rand. If Councillor McPherson was in the House, was going to mention it, is his pet subject. Welcome, Councillor McPherson. McPherson, Councillor, sorry, Speaker, sorry, my apologies. Contributing to this debt, Speaker, I think I must mention it, is the Ingonyama Transport and the other state departments. So I urge, and in fact we should urge the departments of public works and infrastructure, both in the province and national government, to ensure that they give this matter sufficient attention. It can't be that every year we talk about the same matter. I have since asked the Minister of Finance to engage his colleague, Minister McPherson, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, and to really take this matter seriously, because this is money owed to the municipality by the department. He has given a responsibility to ensure that he whips his colleagues, and so that they can then pay what is due to the municipality. It can't be that we should just leave it and we don't talk about it. So I must also report that the ESCO will go on a retreat in the next 2 weeks, will go on a retreat, and to interrogate performance against the allocated budget. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the discussion doesn't go there. We are going to market. We are going on a strategic retreat because we want to interrogate this budget, not only the budget, but the performance as well. But coming back to the point that you raised, Councillor Berger, I think you raised a critical point. Coincidentally, I was also looking at the same issue. And like, for instance, and housing, as well as sanitation, I think those are the two you mentioned. The original budget was 825 million rand. And we adjusted, at mid-term, we adjusted it up to about R1 billion. But the final expenditure came down to 621 million rand. And of course, you are saying that the difference is 410 million rand. I agree with you. But what you are not saying is that the 410 million rand represents a shift away from CAPEX to OPEX. And it's been explained that top structures are not regarded as for purposes, not regarded as CAPEX, especially the housing, because are units that we build for onward transfer to the beneficiaries. They don't sit, we don't record them on our own books as assets. Hence, we'll treat them as the expenditure on them, on the construction, as operating operating expenditure. So what you see here is the shift of the 402 million rand to achieve the units and that are going to be transferred to the beneficiaries. They will not be part of our assets and therefore incorporated in our asset register. In that case, they cannot be treated as capital projects, as it were. So I think that's a matter that we need to continue to monitor closely, but it's not money that got, it doesn't amount to fiscal dumping, but it's just a matter of, it's a book entry. They were actually correcting the what you call the transactions and in our books. The same thing applies with sanitation. The original budget was 772 million rand. We increased it to 1.1 billion rand, and then again we reduced it during the final what you call final adjustment to 966 million rand. And then 224 million, which is the difference, represents top structures that are also not going to be incorporated in our books and therefore become a capital expenditure. Those are structures for onward transfer to beneficiaries. So that difference represents the money spent on what is going to be transferred to beneficiaries. So I think it's just a matter of all of us being on the same page, understanding why there was this shift. I know you did not get that opportunity to ask that question. I was able to ask the question, hence I'm able to explain what accounts for the difference of 410 million rand on housing and the 224 million rand on sanitation. But as I say, the discussion doesn't end there. We are going on a retreat. We'll be interrogating the budget in detail. I think we are on the same page as far as that thing is concerned. So with that, Chair, I think I know Councillor Petka was looking for areas where there may be some shortcomings. However, overall, I think we have improved our performance, both at a level of spending our capex as well as increasing our revenue. I think we are on the right trajectory. All I can say to the team, colleagues across sitting on the benches across, is that we must not lift our foot from the pedal. We must keep pressing, because if we keep pressing, we will achieve the results that ultimately we'll all be excited about. There is nothing to worry about it. The ship is cruising nicely. The pilot is not having any sleepless nights. Please rest assured, you can go into the bar and have a drink. We will reach the destination at the right time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're cruising nicely.
The recommendation is on page 38. Is the recommendations noted, councillors? Next item, Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. The next item is 3.2 on page 38. Revise the supply chain management policy for 2025-26 financial year. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. I've got 3 speakers. DA, Councillor McPherson. DLC, Councillor Pillay. ANC, Councillor Ngumalo. In that order.
Mr. Speaker, there is a minor correction that needs to be made in the wording of the recommendation, which I have discussed with legal, and I can talk you through it if you want me to. I have the form. It's a one-word change, but the word that's there is meaningless. So if you'd like to just take the form, I'll explain. The correction itself is on page 40. It's in the middle of the
Yeah.
page.
Yeah, I understand your point, but while I will accept what you want to amend, but procedurally, after reading the report earlier, you should have requested your chief whip to include your name in the speaker's list, so that when you are being recognized, you start by bringing the amendment. Now, in my list, your name is not here. Now, I'm inviting the speakers as per the list submitted by your chief whip. But at the same time, we have an important matter you want to raise. I'm saying this so that if I'm allowing you, I'm not searching a precedent. I'm sure you understand that. Can I allow you to raise the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the indulgence. The correction is one simple word, not simple, important word, in the middle of page 40, after the item numbered 1.1, there's a sentence which the words now read, the deletion of subcontracting, which reads as follows. The word deletion is wrong. It should be the definition of subcontracting shall read as follows. So changing the word deletion to definition. I hope my writing is clear enough. Thank you.
The amendment is clear. We're just correcting the word deletion to definition. I think it was the spelling is a problem. Councillors, this is 3.2, page 38. Is the amendment agreed? Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Penn, for that. Councillor McPherson.
Speaker, can I just check?
Order.
On the same sentence that we've just...
On the same sentence?
Yes.
Ngokusho ukuthi manje yena ngoba nake ngivumela umnumzana lomunye nawe usufuna ngena lo line ngoba nawe igama lakho alikho la.
Yeah, no, ngiyaxolisa somlomo. Ngiyaxolisa somlomo. Ukuthi uma ngibheka la ngithi these are proposed amendments. So we are amending what was previously contract participation goals and replacing it with subcontracting as per the High Court order. If my understanding is correct of this sentence, so that may actually be wrong. So instead, it should be the substitution of contract participation goal, which should then read as subcontracting, if that's what the report is saying. I don't know. Maybe my understanding is wrong. I can be guided by the...
Okay. Right. I hear you, Ntando, that you are also correcting what should be corrected in the report. But so that we accommodate your proposed amendment properly according to the rules, can you please fill up the proposed the amendment form so that we follow what we have done with Councillor Ben and consider your proposed amendment before we proceed? Can we quickly do that? I'm sure that councillors have been following you when we are referring them to a relevant paragraph where you want us to consider that amendment.
Speaker.
Councillor Mwango.
Speaker, while he's writing, can I recommend and request maybe legal to guide us on this one so that you don't end up voting for this one. Let's get a clear definition from legal what needs to be here. Can you get legal to assist us?
You want council to guide us on the amendment proposed by Councillor Kuzwai?
Legal to guide us.
On
Because
the-
of the wording, what exactly should be the wording?
On the wording proposed by Councillor Kuzwai?
Yes.
Okay, let's wait. The amendment to be submitted to the speaker will then allow Councillor Kuzwai to take council through. Then we will make a proper decision whether we need legal to guide us if we're not clear. But Councillor Ngango is about to finish the proposed amendment. I intend to end our meeting at 2. I hope that we will achieve that objective of concluding all council business at 2, looking at the pace and the items in the agenda, including the in-committee item. We can conclude at 2, then have lunch at 2, then after that you then go home.
Agreed.
But if maybe situation is beyond my control, we will see, but it's better for me to declare my interest. That I want to end this meeting at 2 is my interest, I'm declaring it.
Sanbonani phakathi kwaba-12 ibingelelo kansela umkhize lo le
iyatshodi heritage
eleblali icela kalingane
Somlomo.
engafunde ukhompyuthi
Sibu, yekugama Sibu Panza, yekugama.
Sibone ngathi
Right, we have now the amendment from Councillor Kuzwayo. This is page 40, item 3.2. It reads as follows. That the definition contract participation goals is replaced by the words as follows: subcontracting with the following definition as the sentence continues. Councillor Kuzwayo earlier have explained to simplify the proposed amendment. I'm just reading it as it appears in the form. Unless Councillor Kuzwayo again, if you want to further emphasize some areas. I think it's clear the way it is being written, councillors. Councillors, do we support this proposed amendment?
Sorry Somlomo.
Councillor Kuala?
Mhlambe Somlomo la sikha phezulu ngama amendment.
Yeah.
I think la I police from la isuqala khona iqala kuma definition of ama clauses. Iye iziyophela. So uma thina sesothi la asawufaka definition already isi lose meaning from the word go, because whatever police mayiqala iqala ibe ne definition so that you will understand ukuthi package in. Nami ke I'm not sure whether I'm correct, kodwa nginento ethi
Okay. The content of the report contain the phrase definition. Now when you replace or remove that, the report lose its proper meaning. That's what Councillor Kwale is trying to bring to the submission of council. It might compel us to change the entire report because of some words, key words or phrases that are used or contained in the report. Councillors, mind you that I've just allowed this so that when councillors are picking up something wrong in the content of the report, we don't ignore that. We try to entertain that so that the report being approved is a clearly report understood by everyone. All right, Councillor Kuzwa, are you persuaded?
Chair, I wasn't amending the policy, but merely the report in front of us.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, councillors. Councillors, there is this proposal. There was a request from Councillor Mngango that legal should guide us on the words we want to remove or replace and new phrases we want to introduce in the report, whether it does not affect the meaning of the report and ultimately the recommendation. Head legal, I'm sure we have read the report, we have read the proposed amendment. Let me invite you to say something.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. I'm not sure of what I'm supposed to guide on as far as Councillor Mwango's request is concerned. But my understanding of what has happened thus far is that Councillor Byrne corrected that word of a deletion and it became a definition of a subcontracting, which follows that since we no longer have contract participation goals, the only thing we have in the policy is the definition of subcontracting. Okay. So I don't know, maybe he can clarify what I'm supposed to comment on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. No, I won't allow Mwango to come back on that. I was trying to be fair to the meeting because there are proposals and requests from councillors. Now, the proposal from Councillor Kuzwayo has been submitted. Councillors, is the proposed amendment from Councillor Kuzwayo agreed?
No.
Okay, kunamba bozo uthini. Ngiyifundile kodwa. Ayizwakala ngahle. Councillor Kuzwayo, let me hand over to you briefly just to summarize what I've read before council decide. I'm sure Councillor Kuzwayo, you will also, Councillor Kuzwayo.
Yes, Speaker.
Please summarize the proposed amendment.
I had actually done that, but in isiZulu, Speaker, so I understand amazulu anganzwanga. You should, because I guess okay, again, no. Maybe let me say, after what Unjomanez said, I'm persuaded that maybe we can take Councillor Byrne's amendment and just drop it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kuzwayo is withdrawing his proposed amendment after persuaded by council. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Kuzwayo. Let's go back on the substantive item. Councillor McPherson, you are number one. Indeed, Kalayo? Oh, okay.
You are safe. You are safe.
I'm a microphone, a problem. Is your microphone working, Councillor McPherson?
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
Can you please address council while we are sorting other microphones?
Thank you, Speaker. You know, the tragedy is that there's a lot of good in the SCM policy. It's how it's implemented is where the problem lies. But there's 2 or 3 specific issues that we have a fundamental problem with. And when a SCM policy explicitly tightens the screws on racial targeting and BBB, EEE, which primarily is exclusive, we fundamentally oppose that. As the Democratic Alliance, we are committed and drive non-racialism. as can be demonstrated by around me. And in the policy, when you read 552.7.1.3.2, where the specification, the bid specification committee set aside local economic and development targets, and the wording reads as follows, that the following target groups: black people, women, youth disabled cooperatives, and military veterans. No mention of Indian, colored, or white. None. But there's
Order Somlomo.
Point of order.
Umuntu ke wayichaza le ukuthi kunento legislative from national government legislative, so asikwazi ukuyishintsha la kwi-council into eboshwe national, as much as CGNU, but we can't. So asikhuluma into esikhuluma ngayo kwi-council, singaxambukeli ku-national ngoba khona abantu abahlonishwa abathunyiwe ku-national bokhuluma lento, asikwazi ukushintsha lento njengamanje.
Ultravirus.
Thank you, Councillor Kwala. Your point of order is sustained. It is true that coloreds and Indians are categorized as black in terms of the definition of groups in the country. Councillor Madlala?
Yeah, maybe to add, Speaker, that women include all women of all colors, including white women. So it's also misleading to say white people are not mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson, as you proceed to the debate.
Military veterans also include those who were in the SADF, who were mainly white, and some of the councillors over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Apologize.
Speaker,
Let's proceed.
I wouldn't have made reference to it if the policy document that was given to us mentioned exactly what is being suggested. And that's the problem. Why has it been left out? Why isn't explicitly mentioned as you now want it to sound like? Why is it not mentioned in writing? Why is there a small clause that simply says, or where appropriate? And that's the problem. You see, Speaker.
Councillor McPherson.
Are you going to protect me?
Councillor McPherson. Councillors, let's be tolerant to one another. There is a difference if a councillor raises a point of order than being destructive in a meeting. Some of you are being destructive. The councillor is on the floor, recognized according to the rules. Let's listen to him to finish his debate. You can only speak if he says something that is out of order. But to disrupt while he's speaking, you are disrupting council. We requested all of you earlier at the beginning of the meeting to conduct yourself and be decent. Please, councillors, let's allow Councillor McPherson to conclude this debate. Apologies, Councillor McPherson. Please proceed.
Apology accepted. Thank you, Speaker. So just to continue, when it's hidden in the wording where appropriate, it's unacceptable. And I'll tell you why it's unacceptable.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Fortunately, ngaphambili ke sakhuluma nge-LED. Akufanele singakwazi ukwazi masikhuluma nge-LED sikhuluma ngabantu that were disadvantaged to be also included in the main. Laba baphakathi vele angadlali ngathi siyabonga.
Okay. Councillor McPherson.
Where I'm headed with the example of the exclusion of the wording that everybody says really is there but isn't, is that at some point there was the term radical economic transformation, which wasn't legislation and it wasn't policy, but it was spoken about so often that everybody started to believe it, that it was
But
policy,
Councillor McPherson,
Order, Somlo.
which is
Councillor
why
McPherson, order. Councillor McPherson, you continue to raise something that are not part of the report.
Yeah.
Now I want to appeal that you focus on what is contained in the report and take very serious my guidance I given to you earlier in terms of responding and explaining your concern, because what I'm saying, what is raised by other councillors, is contained in the relevant legislation on how groups are defined. Let's end that debate there. Don't continue to repeat something that already I've guided council on how it should be understood. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
So, our first point of objection is the exclusion of the wording that I've spoken about. The next is 5.3.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Yeah, yes, Speaker, maybe let me try and be explicit. Earlier, I actually piggybacked on another councillor's point.
Please try to be more audible.
I piggybacked on another councillor's point of order. Maybe let me try and be explicit so that Councillor McPherson understands that we are not targeting him for this point of orders. But we are trying to prevent a situation where he maybe inadvertently misleads the public into thinking that there are people that are excluded in the report. If he's reading where I'm reading, it says...
Where are you reading?
Order, Speaker.
I'm reading in...
Order, Speaker.
No. Let me check this point of order first.
No.
Oh
my God.
Councillor Madlala, you are on the floor with your point of order. Let Madlala conclude his point of order for me to make a proper ruling. Can you please, Councillor Madlala, address Council?
Thank you very much.
Order.
Dololo. Honorable Speaker, I'm reading on the bottom of page 41 on item 4. In the bottom, there's 52.7.1.3.2. There is where it says the bid specification committee, and then in the bottom there's A, B up to F, where it says appropriate for the following target groups. It says black people, and that black people is black people in general as per the legislation. The legislation post-1994 regards the following groups as black. Black as in Africans, Indians, Coloureds, and other people of Asian origin. Those are black people. It says women. When it mentions women, it means all women, including and not excluding white women, Indian women, and colored women. It says youth. By saying youth, it means all youth, including white youth, Indian youth, and colored youth. It says disabled. It means everyone who's disabled, including white people who are disabled, coloreds who are disabled, and Indians who are disabled. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You are misleading the people.
Order. Councillors, your point of order, Councillor Madlala, is sustained.
But it's misleading the House.
Councillor Madlala, order. Councillor Madlala, you are repeating something that I've already said.
And misleading the House.
When I was guiding council after Councillor Kuala and yourself tried to respond and clarify this matter, as I've said, is contained in the legislation. Is not this platform, councillors, is not a platform to amend existing countries' policies and legislation. Now, what is being said here, some of us who might not be compatible with it, but it's not a correct platform to challenge such matter. Councillor McPherson, I'm sure you understand. I tried to explain earlier to you. Councillor Mthethwa, your head is up. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I think you have responded to Umadlala. My concern is that because Councillor McPherson is still on the floor, what Councillor Madlala and others are raising are points of debate, the same debate that Councillor McPherson is on. If people want to respond to Councillor McPherson, they can wait for their turn to speak on the item. Because everything that Madlala was raising was his own points of debate.
Councillor Nyambos. You see, as I'm sitting here, I have a capacity to listen with an understanding and interpret the rules of order. Councillor Madlala raised a point of order that was in line with the rules. I have made a ruling on what he has raised.
Using your capacity.
Councillor Kwala raised the same matter. I have made the rules.
You don't have.
I have made the decision. Now, what we are saying is out of order because now you are saying councillors should not raise a point of order if they see someone being outside the rules.
It's fine, Speaker.
Let's do this, Nyambos. Let's allow Councillor McPherson to conclude his debate. Council is guided on how we should debate this matter, particularly on the definition of blacks. That is a fact is contained in the legislation. We can't debate that in council, not here. It can be raised in other platforms if there are concerns with those definitions.
Thank you.
Councillor McPherson, please proceed.
Speaker.
McPherson?
Speaker.
Uqule yazi. Uqulu ukhuluma ngani? Thini inkulumo?
Ngiyabingelela Speaker. Bengizama ukukusave Speaker ukuthi as usihlalo walomhlangano you mustn't allow yourself to be dragged into the debate with the opposition noma with the councillors on the other side. Lokhu ngikushisa ukuthi ke sihlalo njalo Speaker ngikushisa ukuthi mhlambe all these definitions
that do best. Not ANC control.
Order. Ngifuna ukuzwa hlale ephuzweni.
Okay. Ngishisa ukuthi ke Speaker the debate esikuyona ne-legislative abahlonishwa abangaphesheya abafisa ukufika kuyona mhlawumbe siqala kude kakhulu ngoba it's a result wokuthi ngaliya kuka-1994
asibambe capashe ngoba i-point of order ayizwakali. Phemba order.
Speaker, isicelo sami from the house.
Order. Councillors, Councillor is on the floor.
You are the only chairperson in this meeting. So, whomever among ourselves as councillors, correct, uko right ukuthi angena interject le comment. I think what was done by Councillor Mthethwa, he should withdraw it and not repeat it again on other time when the speaker is giving a ruling on something. Ngoba masikujwayela lokho. So kugcina senza ku right ukuba ne debate nawe. Unnecessary in the meeting, not unless if beniko weni allowance ukuthi ukhuluma ngene phakathi nendawo uqeda phinda uthi uyabonga. Ngiyabonga.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Ntulu. You are very much correct. You are very much correct. We are expected, councillors, to respect the rulings and the guidance from the Speaker. Sometimes, if we are not happy with what Speaker is saying, there are processes to challenge decisions of the Speaker if we disagree with them. But while council is in proceeding, we are all expected to respect the decisions of the Speaker because they are binding. Councillor McPherson, apologies, please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. So the next point is 3.5, where it's the point scoring, or the table of points. Now, originally, BBBEE was intended to prioritize small black business, and there was a lot of good, broadly speaking. Now, Speaker, what I'm worried about is that I'll get interjected when trying to make an example of how it's failed. So, for example, 1 trillion rand was shared between 1,000 companies, that's $1 billion each, through BBBEE. Those 1,000 companies, one way or the other, ANC aligned, ANC linked.
Now, Councillor McPherson. No. Order.
That's a report.
Order, Councillor McPherson. Order, Councillor. Can you please, Councillor McPherson, withdraw what we are saying, because that is not factual.
I didn't say.
Order.
I didn't say which party they were politically connected to, but I withdraw. But
Councillor McPherson.
I've said I've withdrawn.
Can you please withdraw?
I said I've withdrawn.
Order, Speaker.
Okay. The connection, but not the 1,000 companies that benefited R1 trillion.
Point of order, Councillor Zondi.
Speaker, Councillor McPherson is wasting our time. Indodana yakhe iyona formulated le nto lapha eCape Town.
No, Councillor Zondi, out of order. Out of order. Out of order. Councillors.
Speaker.
Councillors, order.
Ngicela ukubuya, Speaker.
Order, councillors.
Ngicela ukubuya.
Order, I'm not taking you. You see, councillors, this debate is not difficult to cause. The disruption now is being caused here, because Councillor McPherson, as soon as I picked up that he said something that is outside the rule, I intervened and corrected him. Because it's wrong to say ANC aligned businesses. You don't talk that language in council, because we can't prove that. Now, Councillor McPherson has withdrawn. Let's allow him to continue the debate and conclude, so that we save council time. Please proceed.
I've obviously been disrupted, so but that's fine. We anticipate and we expect that. What I'm trying to talk to and against is that BBBEE has failed. And one of the earlier speakers spoke about making businesses thrive, about attracting investment. How can we, in a forum where it's so controlled, so tightly controlled and managed the way that it is? And I'm going to start concluding, Speaker. Point 55.3.3, item C. Final authority rests with the accounting officer for contracts of 10 million rand and upwards. How can we accept that? On what basis? We already have ongoing irregular expenditure, sometimes running to billions, overseen by the same accounting officer. In this instance, I'm assuming is the city manager. That can never fly. And I just wanted to say the following. As the Democratic Alliance, we can say the following. Fact, under BBBEE and under BBBEE, unemployment is the highest it's ever been. Poverty levels are the highest it's ever been. That is scientific evidence that it's a failed policy. And as the Democratic Alliance, we will continue to advocate for complete repeal of the BBBEE Act and all related policies, such as the PPP, FA and regulations underpinning BBBEE. It needs to be replaced with the Democratic Alliance non-racial economic empowerment model outlined to benefit all and not some. Thank you.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
Call vote. Speaker, the city intends to remove your rights to object when not following normal tender procedures. Section 36 of the Supply Chain Management Policy allows the city to not follow normal procedures in cases of emergency or disaster. And Section 49 allows objections within 14 days. However, officials intend to amend this clause of the Supply Chain Management Policy, giving them carte blanche to issuing tenders by not following the normal procedures, thereby removing your right to question them by objecting or lodging a complaint. In today's agenda, it's mentioned about almost 10 billion rand that we wrote off in the last 4 years of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The Manassa report comes to mind, which implicated senior municipal officials and politicians in financial irregularities, besides calls for decisive action on the report. We cannot give authorities carte blanche to do whatever they wish.
Stop crying, talk, Babu.
To do whatever they wish with no recourse to object by the public. Just do the right thing. It's not that difficult. The Freedom Front Plus.
Your time is up, Councillor. Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DLC welcomes the revision of the supply chain management policy. It is hoped that this revised policy will bring about greater controls on the procurement of goods. Mr. Speaker, this can only be achieved if and when all line departments strictly follow the respective SCM processes. The Auditor General made it very clear in the annual report with specific references to the escalation of unauthorized, irregular and wasteful expenditure, as well as the splitting of contracts. The raising of these matters are very significant because it is the flouting of these SCM processes that is preventing our city from attaining a clean audit. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in order to add substance to these amendments, there will need to be a concerted effort by all stakeholders to ensure that absolute monitoring and evaluation becomes a daily mantra of the city. The city must also act with great speed to investigate and discipline any official found to be flouting.
Councillor Pillay, you have a minute extra, but Councillor Shahid from TA have left the meeting. You therefore forfeit the minute donated to you by TA. Councillor Ngumalo.
It's okay.
Thank you. That is great capacity.
Sibonge kakhulu ku speaker amakhansela wonga khona bangaphakathi njenge ANC siyayi approve ipolicy yaka SCM ireason ukuthi approve okokuqala ukuthi ke makuqhubekela phambili umasipala uzokwazi ukuthi ke asheshise iprocurement process ngendlela efanelekile bese kungasimangazi ke ukuthi ama colleague ethu makukhulunywa ngama policies bafuna ukuwashintsha basebenzise iopinion instead of using ipolicy njengoba injalo. We are guided by the constitution, which is a supreme. Then mese kuthi ke ama policies angaphansi guided by iconstitution yase South Africa ka 1996. So uma ngabubuka lapha into ebathunukayo bathunuka nje ipolicy eqondile ukuthi ke zonke izinto ezenziwa SCMs in line with the procurement policy line u217 we constitution ovumela ukuthi ke makunama changes kufanele enziwe ngokulandela imithetho efanele kulemthetho le into ethunuka abafowethu lababanye ile nje ukuthi ke kuma specific goals iyasho ukuthi ke kufanele ukuthi kubhekelelwe abantu akade be historically disadvantaged and individuals. So leyo ke iyabathunuka ngoba ihlabe enxebeni kubone kona ubona mangabe sikhuluma ngepolice la bafuna ukukhuluma ngezinto ezingekho la mhlambe ke ukuyisimplify ipolicy iqondile nje ithi siya reverse 25 and 26 ngaphambi kokuthi sikwenze lokho it was an extensive consultation has been taken place on the proposed new police with the relevant stakeholders. In other words, le police ayifikanga nje la isizo approve iqale kwanengcukaca nengxoxo eyikhona kucutshungulwa yonke into ukuthi inline yini nomthetho MMFA. So mainly, if I may simplify, the amendment is related to one, it's a new clause to unbinding large project into more manageable contract. That's point number one. Then point number two is to waive period of the objection for all Section 36 awards. Item number three is to replace of the contract participation goal by the subcontracting. Then four is include of the point of the system of triple BEE certificate. In other words, yonke lende eyenzeka la in line with umthetho ofuna u-AG ngokulandela okwezimali. Njengo African National Congress sijatshulisa ukuthi ke le amendment izosiza ukuspeed up i-process ka procurement. As a ANC siyayamukela i-report siyayiprova abafowethu kofanele kwesinye isikhathi lemthetho kubuye kwenziwe i-workshop ngoba makukhulunywa yinto eno triple BEE angazi bacabanga ukuthini bamane bagule kakhulu. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, councillors. Recommendations start from page 40. Are all the agreed, resolution agreed, councillors?
No.
Let me have the screen, please.
Only DA.
Let's have the screen so that we vote. No movement. Let's close the doors. Are we ready, Secretariat? Okay, let's start with those who are in support of the recommendations. Please raise your vote.
Say support the recommendation.
Abakwazi abantu abamnyama ukuvota lapho into abayithandayo ukuthi
Angana so. Siyayibona inhliziyo yakho okhuzwayo. Uvota nathi ngenhliziyo.
Uvota ngenhliziyo mthetho. Umthetho wezemthetho.
DA-controlled municipalities.
Delolo. Uzizwa kanjani ubasa committee akafuni ube ne tax shop?
Do best are not ANC controlled municipalities.
Vote kahle mncwakho, vote kahle mncwakho.
Mase sithi mathomlungu njobe seniyakhala. They are often DA controlled municipalities. We need to ask ourselves what
Qhubekani,
Need to ask the people from Nyanga, Gugulethu, and Kaili.
Siyabonga. Thank you very much. Those who are voting against, please raise your vote.
Those voting against black people.
Order, councillors. Uyabona le nkulumo enilokwenzenza kuma microphone nibambile ama microphone kanje nikhuluma lezo inkulumo lezo ayimukelekile ngoba ziyaxova umhlangano ezinye zazo zinamagama ahlabayo asesiqoqeni ke. Siyabonga. Those who abstain,
nale red abayidlala abayiyeke.
those who abstain, none. Okay, asihlanganise inamba. Thank you very much. Those who are in support of the recommendations, the number is 120. Those who are voting against, the number is 47. Those who abstain, the number is 0. The recommendations will be carried through Thank you very much, councillors. Let's move to the next item. Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you, House Speaker. The next item is on page 43. Item 3.3, public tender awards of a eThekwini municipality for the month ended 31 August 2025. Committee recommends.
There are no speakers on this item. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors? It's for noting, noted. Thank you. Next item.
Next one is item 3.4, review of external service providers performance monitoring by the Municipal Directorate for Q4 of the 24-25 financial year. Committee recommends.
Item 3.4, page 43. There are no speakers. Are the recommendations noted?
Noted.
Next item.
Next one on page 45, item 3.5, investment report for the month ended 31 August 2025. Committee recommends.
Page 45, item 3.5, no speakers. Are the recommendations noted? Next item.
Next one, item 3.6, billing report for the month ended 31 August 2025. Committee recommends.
Page 45, 3.6, two speakers from DA1, Councillor A. Pekte, ANC, Councillor Kumete. In that order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. For convenience for those who may not have read the agenda yet, one would have to come here and say that we're referring to National Treasury Circular 58.
Point of order.
Or nasi isikhathi besingasiboni uzokhuluma isikhathi eside lo muntu.
Okay, sure. The issue of time, that was an issue. Councillor Pekte, apologies. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, I guess that's on page 45, item 3.6, if you haven't read it yet. And Circular 58 says municipalities need to ensure that billing systems are accurate, send out accounts to residents, and follow up to connect revenues owed. It then says that the accounts department is responsible for the following: billing, the processing of the day-to-day billing, development incentives, customer rates, rebates, refunds, special rating areas, and account updates. The next one is housing loans, administration of the housing loans and vacant land, and rebate applications. Dispatch, bill dispatches, e-service registrations, and handling return mail. Reconciliation, ensuring 100% billing completeness by reconciling the general and supplementary valuation roles. Inquiry management, call center and correspondence to customer queries, and meter reading management, reading both electricity and water meters. Now, this is a National Treasury that says you must. Now, one would have to ask, how far are we complying to the must? Let's start with the meter readings. In the latter part of this report, in the last paragraph, it says that we cannot get, as the municipality, we battle to get access to properties, and therefore we are unable to read the meters. We then also say that we then afford a platform for residents to submit these meter readings so that it makes our life much easier. Yes, we do have that. The reality is what the people send does not reflect on the account. So what's the use of having the platform and encouraging them when that is just absolutely ignored? And this is across. So I'm sitting and I'm saying I've been getting complaints here and old people crying because their accounts have been estimated irrespective of the fact that they've submitted readings. Some of them, two of them actually do have prepaid meters, which has been bypassed because they can't get a new meter because they've been told there's no stock of meters. So if there's no meters, how do you expect to get the correct revenue? So you're overestimating somebody because the next thing is you are asked to pay and complain later. So settle the bill and then we'll look into it, which will bring me to the Sizakala centers later. We will get back to that one. So Now we're sitting with somebody who wants to comply, prepared to pay, but the municipality cannot supply them a meter irrespective of the fact that they've paid for that meter. Then you go and complain at the Sizakala Center. Now, we say that we've got road shows where we're going to be taking it out to the people and educate people of the services that the municipality can render them and also the expectations back. We've held 3 such shows only, 2 of them in Durban North and 1 in the West. Now, out of just 3 engagements, which were not a very big gathering, a total of 864 inquiries. Of those, 78 relate to Sizakala and 218 to revenue-related matters. Because the reality is when people walk into Sizakala centers, guys, I don't know, come back tomorrow, contact your councillor. The councillor knows nothing about this, but that's the easy. If I don't know, refer it to the councillor. The councillor says, ma'am, sir, I don't know. Now the councillor is wrong because the people that are supposed to be doing it and giving them the answers are not there. But it says we must. Then we come to the meter readings. It says you must read the meters so that people get correct accounts for their usage. In July, we didn't read 64,000 water meters. And in August, we didn't read 53,000 water meters. Electricity, which we only read every 3rd month in any case. July, 65,000 not read. August, 64,000 not read. So it means somewhere, somebody is sitting with the estimation. They don't know whether there's a burst. They don't know how much they really owe. And remember that thing when you go there, pay now, then we'll go into an agreement and we will resolve it later. That doesn't happen because the queries are not resolved. Irrespective the people going to Sizakala centers over and over, being able to produce an email trail that they send to the revenue line and or the desk, it does not get resolved. People are sitting, they are getting disconnected. People sitting with accounts over 200,000 where they started and they already said, you got it wrong. Your meter reader read the meter wrong. I can prove it. It does not correlate with what I do on my daily. Yet, we show that we've got all this beautiful income coming in on the back of the people because we are not doing what we are supposed to be doing.
Jesus.
Yet, but at the end of the day, we say to our people, we are a caring municipality. Speaker, I think we should start putting money where our mouth is and actually get the meters in there. People are quite prepared to pay for what they use. But a dispute comes when you are asking them to pay what they have not used. And that accumulates to all that articles that we spoke about just now, about the increase in interest, people not being able to pay or not wanting to pay because they say, give me what I must pay and then I will pay you. I'm not going to pay what's in dispute. Resolve it. Can we please do what we're supposed to do? Because we don't want to take over an empty vessel. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor
God help us.
Kumete.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngikubingelele Speaker namakhansela onke ngaphakathi endlini. As the ANC Speaker, we do note this report as we report ka August kuphela lesikhuluma ngayo. There was 99.9% kule report esikhuluma ngayo okollective this month, and we do encourage communities to apply for this rebate as they are meant to assist during these difficult times, Speaker. Our customer service roadshows, Speaker, continue to be undertaken on an ongoing basis. In August, several roadshows were held across the city, with 864 queries being dealt with. In addition, Speaker, there were 8,698 in accordance inquiries in August, 875 related to balances with these queries were dealt with. We continue to improve, Speaker, with our meter readings. Ngiyabona ukansela lapha ngaphesheya uloke complain ngawo, but our meter readings ayenziwe this August is 89.9% and 10% only were estimated kuma meter readings, Speaker. We do note ukuthi there are faulty meters and abnormal meters kulama ratings enziwe as kune investigation enziwayo and kwezinye indawo, Speaker, uthola ukuthi kusuke kungekho umuntu lapho. We continue to improve, Speaker, ku electricity reading wama meter as iswenza after 3 months, Speaker. In August, 78 meters were read. Only 22% estimated. Main reasons being stolen meters, faulty meters, abnormal meter readings being investigated. Njoba sengishilo, Speaker. Some of our properties, uthola ukuthi akukho umuntu, Speaker, there's nobody there. In order for us to improve, Speaker, billing yetu, we are embarking on a new data cleaning project to correct into our meter readings and addresses nama details ama owners izindlu, Speaker, so that we can collect it data correcting ngaso sonke isikhathi. Ama meters with 0 readings are being investigated, and low income from prepaid meters are also being looked at, Speaker. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kumete. The recommendation is for noting on page 54. Is the recommendation noted, councillors? Next item, Dr. Mguni.
Thank you, Board Speaker. The next one is item 3.7, debt collection report for the month 31 August 2025 is coming for noting. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Few speakers on my list. Councillor Kison from DA, you are number 1. Councillor Anipen from IFP, you are number 2. Freedom Front Plus, you are number 3. DLC, number 4. ANC, Councillor Kasa, you are number 5. And the last speaker, Councillor Kison.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this report tells us very clearly that arrears are spiraling out of control. As at the end of August, the municipality's debtors book stood at 41 billion, with 37 billion already overdue by more than 30 days. And it's a statistic that has to be seen as a flashing red warning, because we cannot pretend that this is business as usual. Yes, revenue collection is continuing, and we are still bringing in billions each month, but we're down to 90% in August from 94% in July. And in an organization like this scale, a few percentage points translates into business. Every cent we fail to collect is taken from repairing pipes, fixing roads, and keeping the lights on. The council approved a 1 Rand 50 per kiloliter surcharge on water for the next 2 years, and the approval was without the DA's support, because it is wrong to punish the very residents who are already paying while arrears balloon and billing failures go unaddressed. It is simply squeezing the honest ratepayer, because we are unable to enforce those who do not pay, because poverty and unemployment are real. Many households simply cannot afford their accounts, but the solution is not to play politics with people's hardships. We have seen all the attempts outside this chamber to parade the struggles of the poor and suggest solutions for headlines, but this is not leadership, it's exploitation. Because when false promises are raised, the only result is anger and disillusionment, because residents see hope. What residents need and what they deserve is honesty and action, and the credibility of the system, because unread and faulty meters, unlinked accounts, and endless estimates are undermining this credibility. We need to enforce consistently. But more importantly, we need to show impact on the ground, and every rand we collect must translate into service. Because unless we get the fundamentals right, meter reading, fair collections, and the lines at the Sizakala office will only grow longer, the frustrations will rise higher, and the residents will continue to feel abandoned by a municipality that seems more focused on balancing the book than changing lives. Speaker, there are lessons that we could learn in debt management from the DA-run public works. They inherited debt, but instead of excuses, they acted by blacklisting non-performing contractors so that money collected is well spent, unblocking stalled projects worth hundreds of millions so investments deliver instead of rotting, and accounting properly for over 10,000 assets to protect the public purse. This is how you prevent debt from piling up. The contrast here is where billions sit in arrears because meters go unread, accounts go unlinked, and enforcement is inconsistent. People want to pay for services that they actually receive. The DA's position is to collect what is owed, fix the system, and make every cent work for residents. And that is how we restore trust and rebuild credibility, and how we turn 41 billion of arrears into actual service. For the record, the Democratic Alliance notes this report, but our position is simple. Collect what is owed, fix the system, and make every cent work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in noting the report before us on behalf of the IFP, we wish to raise two serious areas of concern. First, the area of disconnections. Mr. Speaker, the IFP is deeply troubled by the municipality's practice of disconnecting the supply of ratepayers who are, in fact, under legally binding agreements with the municipality. These agreements take the form of debt, acknowledgement of debt, participation in the prepaid debt recovery program, or are pending approval under the indigent support process. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is not with the ratepayer, but it is with the municipality's own administration. Due to the consistent failure of officials to perform their administrative functions diligently, poor and vulnerable households who are making every effort to comply are being subjected to what I would term illegal disconnections. Let's remind the House that the prepaid debt recovery program has been in operation since 2022, yet 3 years later the systems between electricity and billing remain unmerged. This results in RMS not being able to reconcile actual payments made through Suprema. Mr. Speaker, for 2 years the IFP has raised this alarm in this House. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the IFP is also concerned about the fact that the deceased estate program is currently lying in ruins. Many customers are complaining that their applications have been lost in the process. The actual terms of reference which were supposed to have been undertaken are not being followed. While the IFP appreciates the efforts being made by the municipality to run these programs, we must raise the alarm that this will continue to impact on the revenue that is collected by the city if we do not correct this. Mr. Speaker, the IFP notes these recommendations but hopes that the concerns we have raised will be taken seriously. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Anipen, Freedom Front Plus.
Speaker, water makes out 38% of our debt. Water loss is currently sitting at 56%. And our debt is growing annually at present, like noted, 41 billion. Speaker, this, while Mayor says he has no sleepless nights, we have Dr. Mike Sutcliffe also implicated in the Manasa report, now assisting the water and sanitation turnaround strategy. Indigent households qualify for 6 kiloliter of free water, but this is not measured at present, as mentioned by the ex-conventional member Councillor Beert in the last council meeting. We should be looking at this unmetered water supply as a contributor to the 56% water loss. I'm not trying to lambaste indigent support as it is needed. It's biblical to help the widows and orphans. But what is wrong is wrong. If you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. 56% of water loss is like paying for 2 loaves of bread, but only getting 1. I'm having sleepless nights. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. TLC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 minute.
Remember that TA councillor is not yet back.
But I received a donation of a minute from Mosa.
Yeah, no. I don't have anything from Mosa. We have your minute, no donated minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DLC appreciates this comprehensive report of Treasury that provides for a realistic financial status in respect of our debtors. It is really worrying to note that the debtors area debts is rapidly increasing every month. The DLC notes the reason provided in the agenda in respect of the increase in debtors has been due to poverty, unemployment, slow payments, and others. The DLC, however, calls on the Mayor as a chairperson of the Executive Committee and the Finance Committee to provide for another round of implementation of the debt relief program for an additional 4 months. The debt relief program has proven to be a win-win outcome for the city in bringing in much needed revenue for the city and for the ratepayer as providing them with greater financial relief. It is, however, a great concern that despite the GNU nationally and the province case and the marriage between the ANC and DA, there seems to be no end in outstanding government debt. It is alarming to note that the highest amount of 561 million rand owed to the city is from the DA-run Provincial Public Works Department.
Councillor Kasa.
Sibonge somlomo nomhlangano wakho. Njengokhongolose siyakwemukela ukuthi isimo sethu se collection eqinisweni empeleni sesikweletu it's spiraling around 40 billion, 38% of that being amanzi, 22% ama rates, 14% electricity, and 74% wenziwa ama residential household, and 21% is commercial. Sibonge kakhulu ukuthi umeya wethu ubekade ehlangene no National Minister izolo ul-advocateile lolu daba lokuthi sikweletwa uhulumeni omkhulu kanjani nowe province. Ngakho siyakholwa ukuthi uDepartment of Education uzosikhokhela le mali asikweleta yona. Kodwa ke senza kahle kakhulu uma ubheka lapha ngoba ama targets wethu ngo July nango August are ranging from 92% and 95% ku rates clearance. And in terms of our external debt collectors, ayasiza kakhulu, but they are hindered by limited access to RMS. Now siyafisa ukusho ukuthi njengokhongolose siyayimukela le report siyayinota isimo njengoba sesicacisile ukuthi asidalwa ukuthi asenzi kahle, sidalwa isimo somnotho that is languishing in fragility. Now siyafisa ukuthi sikumukele lokuthi abantu bakithi phandle apha abasebenzi bahluphekile, ngakho nathi ke asizokwazi ukucollecta ngendlela esilindele ngayo. Kodwa njengokhongolose siyaqhubeka nokwenza imizamo yokuthi siqhamuke neindlela umfolo we DLC ocelayo la siyasizwa isicelo sakhe besikade silindele report le ye close out report le kade siyimukela lapha ku 3.1 bese sibheka ukuthi senze njani ukuqhamuka neindlela ezintsha zokumitigate against the situation. Siyabonga kakhulu Speaker.
Thank you very much. The recommendation is on page 66. Is for noting. Is the recommendation noted, councillors? Next item, Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The next item, item 3.8, on page 66, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred for the quarter ended 30 June 2025. The report is coming for noting. The committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. Two speakers from the IFP is Councillor J. Anipen. From the ANC is Worship the Mayor, Councillor Kaba. In that order, Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, firstly, the IFP notes that when we talk about unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, the definition in itself is quite broad and does not necessarily mean that the funds were used illegally, lost, or stolen, but there may be other circumstances surrounding that. However, Mr. Speaker, the IFP rises today to raise a concern as to the aspect of these figures being unaudited. Mr. Speaker, the two fundamental issues here are first, that the accuracy of the figures cannot be guaranteed. Without some kind of verification, the IFP therefore calls for us to be more clear about this and be deliberate about it so that we can show to the residents of the city that we are deliberate in terms of how we are managing the fiscal of this municipality and ensure that we regain the confidence of ratepayers. With these remarks, Mr. Speaker, the IFP will note the report but hopes that our recommendations will also be considered seriously. I thank you.
Your Worship.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. No, I note the point that Councillor Anipan is raising, and it is true that the figures are unaudited, but the audited figures will become available after 5 months. Remember, there is 3 months for the entities to conclude, to prepare and finalize their financial statements, and then 2 months for the Auditor General to audit the financial statements, and only thereafter that the audited financial statements become available. So it means that it will be late in the new year. But the law requires us to report the information to the MEC unaudited as it is. So we can't wait for that period. And so it is in that context, Speaker, that we are submitting this report to Council for onward transmission to the MEC for COCTA. It is in compliance. There is very little you can do about it. It's a requirement by the law that we must do it, but the audited financial report will become available. There is nothing that will be shielded because AG will have full sight into what we are presenting before the AG, and also what the AG themselves may identify as matters that would not have been made visible by the entity. It means that by the municipality itself. So there is nothing wrong with what we are presenting. It is a requirement of the law. So let's keep it as it is. It's something that will happen like this because the law requires us to do like this. I think it's part of oversight given to all levels of government. The MSC has a responsibility to perform over us. I think let's allow the MEC for COCTA, Dr. Dr. who? Teles. What is his name? Tulasism Teles. Yeah, let's allow him to do his job. So if we don't, then, yeah? Or Reverend, yes. Okay, it will enable him to do his job as required by the law. I think it's just a matter of compliance. There's really nothing much to read into it. Thank you so much.
Are the recommendations noted, councillors? Next item, Dr. Mnguni.
The next item is 3.9 on page 69. Budget statement report for the month ended 31 August 2025 is coming for noting. Committee recommends.
3 speakers. Councillor McPherson, DA, Councillor Chindlovu, DA, Councillor Nala, ANC. In that order, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. The budget statement was on a supplementary agenda of our last finance meeting. So I'm going to make direct reference to that agenda that we had. It crosses on 1 or 2 items that my colleagues previously covered. But let me start off by saying, Speaker, that I appreciate the way that His Worship the Mayor engages in debates. It's helpful. He engages in debates in a meaningful way. We don't agree on everything, but he does it in a way which is polite. as you were making mention of much earlier. So it's in the spirit of that I make some references. But I did smile to myself when His Worship asked where I was. It's clear that if I miss just one meeting, it feels like a year for many, because that's all that happened. I missed the one meeting. And as he quite rightly says, that you know, the debt collection or the collection of debt is one of my favorite subjects. Simply, you know, when you're in business yourself, friends, if you don't collect money, you're out of business. It's just as simple as that. So I have that as an interest, an inherent interest. But if we have a look at the uncollected debt from last month, it was 40 billion. We're now at 41 billion. And, you know, Speaker, we had that debt relief opportunity, and we wrote off 2 billion. And here we are, back at 41 billion. And the same factors, and I'm just going to highlight the two. Unaffordability of rates, utilities, electricity, water, etc., etc., etc. Unaffordability. The second is slow and late payment from government and parastatals. Two important facts which we are not dealing with. As the Mayor quite rightly says, colleagues, keep pressing. That's exactly what we're going to do. We have to keep pressing, and we've got to talk about it every single meeting. The water makes up a staggering 44%. 44%, that's between water and sewage. Now, you know, I have mentioned this before, and I'm going to mention it again, that, well, in my previous, I said that the city manager or the accounting officer, the city manager, had been given authority or responsibility to decide on contracts over 10 million. Yet, in his capacity as the city manager, Speaker, is unable, as the accounting officer and the city manager, unable to get a grip and show leadership and take accountability. In any ordinary situation, the city manager will be sacked. And what do? What do we do? Instead, we focus on the minority, ratepayers and utility payers, to fund, so I still think it's about 330,000, to fund 4.3 million people living in the city. My colleague, Councillor Bjergte, made a very good point about the water the billing in the water meters and the electricity meters, Speaker. We don't even know what we owed. We might not even be owed the money that we think that we owed. That's what our budget looks like. Why aren't we installing smart meters where there's no need for meter readers? Because that's exactly what happens. And this is worth reinforcing. Utility and ratepayers are being billed inaccurately, often overflated. And what happens? The electricity gets cut off. Instead of focusing and going for those that should be paying. The ANC, I'm going to make mention of this clearly, this ANC, IFP, EFF-led municipality is totally reliant on a small number of people paying their way to service 4.3 million. It's clear, it is so clear that meeting after meeting, the same parastatals, the same government entities, the same big businesses aren't paying. And the question is, why? On a humorous note, His Worship said that he's calling in reinforcements. Correct, it's the right thing to do. You know, so be it may that one or two are DA government ministers, but be that as it may. You know, we're here to serve all. As was mentioned by two of my previous DA colleagues, and I know that it brings about a sense of humor or a chuckle, but it's serious. In November 2026, the Democratic Alliance are going to be sitting there. That's not my words. That's the polls. That's the stats, independent. And what we'll be doing, my dear friends, we're going to do what I'm talking about now. We're going to get a grip on the finances and to make sure that those that should be paying and aren't paying do pay, to relieve the burden on the minorities that are having to fund the gap, and so that we can provide service delivery all and equally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu.
But we're not your friend.
Covered, Speaker. I am covered, Speaker. Thank you.
Covered. Thank you very much. Councillors, are the recommendations noted? Next item, Dr. Mnguni.
Next one, Babu Speaker, is item 3.10 on page 70. Update of credit facility and short-term overdraft facility with First Rand Bank Limited with effect from 01 October 2025. The report is coming for approval. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Three speakers. Councillor Gavenda from DA, number 1. IFP, Councillor Kwala, number 2. ANC, Councillor S. Kwela, number 3, and the last. In that order, Councillor Gavenda.
Speaker, I think.
Yes, Councillor Ndlovu. Sorry, Councillor Gavenda.
Speaker, Mr. Njenge EFF 2-minute caucus.
2-minute caucus. Can't you allow us to reach 2 o'clock? Then, because at 2, we are going to break.
It's on an item.
It's on the item?
Yes.
Okay, granted. 2 minutes caucus granted.
Speaker,
Thank you.
can I just ask? Speaker, can I just ask?
Hold on, Councillor Kabeda.
Sorry, Speaker.
Order.
Can I just ask that you recheck your speakers list? I'm not down to speak on this item. I think there's been a mix-up. We've got other DA speakers on this.
Okay, we'll sort that after the EFF caucus. Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, who's that?
It's Councillor Kwela speaking.
Councillor Kwela?
Yes, Speaker, I'm not on this item, I'm on the next item, not this one.
Okay. Ungenzeka ukuthi ixovwe yimi la itafuleni. I-team yami la izongilungisela silungise after lo 2 minutes. Siyaxolisa.
Ukratwe asomlomo.
My question is when it elected to power.
But when
Performer.
12. Libingelelo council. Ngane.
Bengicela ukuthi siqede councillors from EFF seku2 already lo bengucelile. Bengicela siqedeni sibuyeni.
Kodwa speaker ngiyafisa ukuthi iyeke lento usabisa zonke insuku. Lokuthi izohlala ngala sihlala kwenye indawo thini kweyisa lawo.
Councillors, may you please take your seats. Nabasemnyango babuye so that we can move with our meeting.
Islalo, where would you like me to take my chair to?
Councillors, let's break for lunch. We are expected to be back at 2:30. Council will resume at 2:30. Let's break for lunch and come back at 2:30. Thank you.
Awukho umyalezo othi sidlule ngasekhaya nini sesidosibhekile ukuthi sesiyahlukana manje akushiwo lutho ngiyacabanga ukuthi lokho kushoyo uyangincoma hayi uncoma isudi yangu 2017 sikhula khulile
That's right. 1, 2. That's right. Two.
Yeah, I'm in.
manje lakhona umuntu olutsembi yami engisupportayo. Ayikho isiphi.
Yabona njengokuvala lokho.
Manje labazobuya nyana manje.
And basagcina ngale endlini.
Oh, okay. Isiphi lami ngiphelile.
Ayikhona ushiye kuphi?
Hey, mhlawumbe ngishiye somewhere.
Awuhambanga naye?
Ekuseni bengiphele ekuseni. Ensuku ngithukile.
Ukhomba. Oh, nanza. Nanza la ikhona.
Kusho ukuthi behambe ishaya uspeed. Nombala ndengase sikhwili lesi.
It's not been sure.
Ukhona win committee.
Hayi le nto. Ngiyakhansela udinga i-assistant.
Oh.
What's the explanation?
Or update, let me report. Ubani uyitheblisha i-consequence management? Ubani uyitheblisha?
Abambule.
Or update from Ulokuzana advocate. Oh. But it's takes into account the financial misconduct board. Okay. Material house. Material house. Take the perfect. Again, Zila, appelling to ask. I'm moving as ask for the your take the preference.
So it marks also
Is this thing working now?
I checked it earlier. Test 1, 2.
Councillors ahleleni phansi esiqaleni nomhlangano siqhubekeni. Sesambile isikhathi kakhulu. Asithathe ihlalo.
My apologies.
Oh, I forget it.
Yeah. Oh, so that's it.
Please, Councillor, take your seat. Yabona kuba kuthiwa nihlezi phansi ngabe siyaqala manje. Asiqhubekeni, please take your seat. We were on page 70, item 3.10. Councillor Pintuli was the next speaker. And Councillor SD Perkskin from HNSA and Bob Mayor would be the last speaker. Councillor Ntuli, order, please take your seats. Councillor Ntuli, Councillor Tusi, Councillor Pans Lapo, Mpemba.
Yeah, Jane Naidu from
Thank you,
1992.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I believe I will have peace in debating this item because it's not related to triple BEE, which created the elites of billionaires like Maumela, Vusi Matlala, and Katie Mulefe, who have risen to riches on death of public facilities and on the back of very poor service delivery. Yet the rest of the people who are categorized as historically disadvantaged live beyond poverty lines. Today, I have witnessed worst kind of hypocrisy. Indian and colored people are not black when they want jobs, but very much black when the ANC is defending triple BEE, the mother of RET, the father of business forums, the creator of Amadela Ngokubona.
Thank you. HNSA.
Now on the credit facility.
Oh,
Now on the credit facility and short-term overdraft facility, Speaker. If this municipality still incurs tons of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, maladministration and mismanagement, we should not speak of too many credit facilities and short-term overdraft facility. In July, when the decision to approve First Rand Bank as the new primary banker replacing Nedbank, no one gave a clear reason or challenges that may have existed with Nedbank, if any existed. Now we are transitioning to a new bank, and you want them to accept us with a banking facility worth nearly 1.2 billion rand. Why? Do we owe Nedbank? If so, how much? What will be the benefit of banking with First Rand Banking that Nedbank couldn't give us? Do not try to answer those. If unabantu abane capacity vele leyo mbuzo. If you carefully study the total facility of this portfolio and usage, you will understand the only facility you need out of that 6 is the settlements collection facility, which covers bounce debit orders that failed
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Councillor Mpemba is undermining our intellectual capacity as this council.
Kick him out.
Councillor Ntuli, proceed.
How do you undermine the law?
Which covers debit orders that fail due to insufficient funds, specifically in relation to metro billing accounts. Travel lodge card facility, fleet management facility, and performance letter of guarantees facility are the things that can be budgeted for. You do not have to get them on credit or overdraft. Credit and overdraft always amount to a debt. This municipality does not need to be plunged into debts. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, allow me to draw your attention to the national debt crisis we are in as a country. The ratio of national debt to a gross domestic product of the country stands around 76.36% as of the last quarter. The exercise proposed in this item is set to push the municipality into such a crisis where the municipality will end up being suffocated by unnecessary debts. Looking at the expenditure report as at 30 June, on 2.1, the debt impairment, and on 2.2, the interest paid on all credit, you will understand why as the DA we are opposed to this. Things like credit facility and short-term borrowing are for contingency plans, especially when there is a crisis. Here in eThekwini, we may agree to disagree, that we have too many crises, but none of them warrant further plunging of the municipality into credit and overdraft responsibilities. All we must do is to collect the money the municipality is owed, then we won't need overdraft and credit facilities. The debt collection report on this agenda indicates that 5% of what we are owed is held by organs of state, which amounts to 1.9 billion rands. This suggests that we are not broke. We must recover the money from those who have long owed this municipality. If you look at well-governed municipalities that achieve a cumulative rate of 96 or 97%, you will understand why Ramaphosa said the ANC must learn from the DA. I do not want to legitimize the words of Kwetemantashe, but you are not giving us any options. You are giving us a full understanding of how the ANC has become a 14% party in this province. Speaking of 14%, with such a credit facility and short-term borrowing, you will leave us with a huge debt in government elections. So we must stop you from creating a mess before you vacate the office.
Thank you.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Kavenda.
Speaker, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I think there is still a mistake with the speakers list. We did also have Councillor Kisun on that list. If Belinda can please check. Thank you.
Yes, we've corrected that. Earlier, I called your name, but you appear on page 72, item 4.1. We are still dealing with item 3.10 on page 70.
Yes, Speaker, that is for Councillor Kisun as well to speak.
Your name is there? Okay. It means Councillor Kavenda will come after the Action SA.
No, Speaker.
Now,
Okay. Councillor Kavenda, you are on page 75, item 5.
Correct. Thank
Is
you.
that correct? Thank you. Sorry for the confusion. Apologies. Can say?
Sorry, Speaker. That correction is correct. Councillor Govender is on another item. However, I was on that item as well. Please, could you just double check that speaker's list? I am on item 3.10.
Yeah. What's that called me, Lucas? Yeah, have you spoken, Kisan? Okay. Thank you for that. It means after Ntuli is Councillor Kisan, then Action SA. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, at first glance, item 3.10 appears to be routine. It is the transition of our credit facilities from Nedbank to First Rand Bank following the expiry of the previous 5-year contract. And we are told this includes a facility of 1.17 billion, which consists of 20 million rands primary overdraft and 980 million secondary overdraft and other supporting facilities. We are also told that these overdraft facilities were not actually drawn in the past financial year, and is precisely where the real opposition to our city will try to stop the conversation by saying there is nothing more than administrative housekeeping. But Speaker, the real issue is not whether the overdraft has been used. The real issue is why the city needs an overdraft facility of 1.2 billion at all. Because the hard fact, as recorded in the budget statement, is that eThekwini has only 25 days of cash on hand, which is far below National Treasury's own benchmark of 1 to 3 months. An overdraft should, at the last resort, be a cushion for genuine emergencies. Instead, in this municipality, we've become normalized, a structural feature of our financial planning, and it's not prudent cash management. The MEC of Finance noted that the eThekwini's budget is almost half the size of KwaZulu-Natal's entire provincial budget. half a province. And yet, despite the enormous scale, the city is balancing on a mere 25 days of liquidity, while holding an overdraft facility larger than the budget of many small municipalities combined. So yes, Speaker, 3.10 is about changing banks, but let us not delude ourselves that the real change we need is not a name of change of a bank, but the way we manage our finances, because until we fix billing, collections, and expenditure control, these overdraft facilities will remain the crutch that hides the depth of our fiscal crisis. We cannot normalize living off the possibility of our overdraft, and stability cannot be borrowed, it must be built. Speaker, for the record, the Democratic Alliance notes this report as part of the statutory requirements of this Council. But we do not agree with the direction being taken, nor with punitive measures like the water surcharge, and our commitment is to fair collections, honest billing, and service delivery that residents can actually see. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually,
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker and fellow councillors, we've been asked to approve 1.1 billion overdraft facility. Whilst on the surface this looks like a simple financial safety net, a backup to pay salaries, suppliers and critical services when cash runs short. However, our cash reserves, as stated before, are less than 1 month in reserve. With such low reserves, even minor delays in revenue collection or unexpected expenses, such as a flood, etc., can push us into serious crisis. At the last council meeting, we were asked to approve 1.1 billion rand in write-offs, not for poor households, not for people in distress, not for businesses in distress, but tied to irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Meanwhile, we have 41 billion rand in outstanding debt owed by ratepayers, businesses and institutions. Many have defaulted for years with little consequences. What's even more concerning is the municipality has set a target of just under 4 billion rand in monthly collections. That's 10% of what's owed. We also continue to see debt write-offs. Whilst we don't object to assisting those in financial hardships, as previous debt relief schemes have offered. But often large businesses and organizations that are not in financial hardships exploit the system. Businesses and commercial properties owe 8 billion rand of the 41 billion rand. These entities deliberately remain in arrears, sometimes for years, and then exploit our relief schemes or for financial gain. Despite this, their services are not disconnected. Almost 50% of the debt owed is for water and electricity. The policy of disconnection, meant to protect the city's finances, is not being applied evenly. Government institutions alone owe the city 1.9 billion. Thankfully, that's only 5% of the 41 billion outstanding. Yet the municipality continues to sit with unspent grants funds and unused donor money. National Treasury has flagged eThekwini for underspending its grants year after year. Even international donations and donor money are left idle instead of being rolled out to improve our services. When projects are started, they're plagued by continuous extensions. Contracts dragged out instead of completed, with no accountability for these delays. This overdraft also does not come free. It comes with punishing interest rate charges that we, the ratepayers, will have to pay. In effect, it effectively takes money away from service delivery and hands it back to the banks. Every rand of interest could have gone to actually providing services that we pay for. The municipality cannot continue with reckless and unauthorized spending, writing off debts for big businesses, and failing to enforce the disconnections for non-payment evenly and fairly across all defaulters. Sitting on grants and donor funds instead of using them properly on time, and allowing wasteful, endless extensions and a lack of accountability for officials and contractors. Speaker, approving this overdraft may be unavoidable to keep the lights on, but we must send a clear message that it's the last resort, not a blank check. Unless we fix the waste, enforce our own policies and use the money already available to us, we will be back here again approving an even bigger overdraft next year. The people of eThekwini deserve a municipality that manages money wisely, enforces discipline, and delivers on promises. Let's make this overdraft an exception and not the rule. For this, Action SA will be abstaining from voting on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Worship, the Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much. I think the matter we are discussing is not just a simple matter, and but I can see that the colleagues are just raising it just to score political points. An overdraft facility is an overdraft facility, and is an overdraft, as the name suggests it is. It's not that it's money that you are actually accessing, but is a platform that whenever you need money, you can actually utilize to access money to fund the gaps that they may exist. I think Councillor Kisson raised a point that in the last financial year, for example, and the overdraft facility was not utilized. And it may be that even in this financial year, we will have it, but still not utilized. It's just for rainy days in case the city bumps into a serious crisis and is unable to fund certain key deliverables. And it's just that the colleagues are noting that while looking for an overdraft facility, when we can look into raising money from the debt that is owed to the city, I agree. But at the same time, why not making this facility available? Who in this house, I'm just asking this question, does not have an overdraft facility? Just amongst the DA, who does not have an overdraft facility? In fact, all of you sitting across have bank facilities. And bank facilities does not necessarily mean that you have already raised the debt. It only says that in case you need money. In fact, people who get bank, credit facilities are people who have maintained good credit worthiness. So I will not be surprised if I can see a few hands coming up from people who say they don't have a credit facility. It means that your credit worthiness is in question. So don't come here. Don't come here and argue. So this means that the bank can be prepared to offer this municipality a credit facility. It means that it is managing its finances very well. I think we must give credit to that. I'm not going to take much time on this, Chair, and because the writing is on the wall. It's how we maintain our own finances. It's been reported that each time Treasury has recommended this municipality for passing a balanced budget. There is not even a single year when it was reported that this municipality owes any of the utilities. We don't own water, even a single cent, when other municipalities, including municipalities where you are in charge, are owing water utility and as well as, in some cases, ESCOM. But this city,
Point of
we
order.
don't own even a single
Point of order.
Point of order.
The mayor doesn't have to shout. We can hear.
I was a shy.
Yes. No, thank you very much.
Order, councillors.
Kick him out.
But the point, Chair,
Give him water.
but the point, Chair, is that we are managing our finances very well. It is in that context that every single bank would want to do business with the city. And I think we must not take away credit when it is true. With those words, I want to leave it to the colleagues if they want to.
Sugar
Thank you very
water.
much.
Thank you.
Except Nedbank.
I missed Councillor Mazala in my list. I should have called you after Action SA.
Madlala is noted.
Papa Action and Chester.
Ngiyaxolisa speaker, ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. Ngiyazi ukuthi uCouncillor Madlala efana makhulu. Ikhonto engiyicela nje speaker ngoba sisemhlanganweni la. uCouncillor Smith can't keep on doing what he is doing when the mayor is speaking. He keep on saying dololo and saying all these things. Ngoba ngimbonile, ngiyamceba emhlanganweni. sekubona ke speaker ukuthi umthatha kanjani.
Okay.
Besicela ugwale ngenelele kule.
Councillor Madlala.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am largely covered by His Worship,
Order,
the
Councillor.
Mayor, despite the fact that as he spoke, he was being disturbed by the likes of Councillor Smith. And I don't think, even if we are in opposition, there's a level of decorum and respect that we must accord one another, especially the mayor of our city. I'm not saying the mayor should not be challenged when he speaks, but we should do that with proper decorum. You can shout at me all you want. I can shout back because I don't have any position of authority that I need to protect. But the mayor should be accorded that status. So, Councillor Smith and the rest, please. On this particular item, I don't know, maybe it was because the mayor touched something about creditworthiness and the facilities that banks will offer you when you are creditworthy. I don't know, maybe it's that unsettled some quarters of this house to a point where they started booing the mayor when he was making a point. The point of the matter is that anyone with a healthy bank account will get from time to time an offer from the bank that says you can have this overdraft facility. Now, it does not mean that when you are taking it as I'm talking at a household, we learned crucial lessons about how we handle our finances. And this will come in handy if we are to fall into situations like that. And therefore, any prudent organization with sound financial management will not shy away from having such a facility as a backup. It's for the rainy days, and we're praying that those rainy days does not come. We've had this facility for a long time. We've not used it, and it's credit to the team led by the CFO that we've managed our finances in such a way that we are able to have a facility like that but not use it. But it's better to have it and don't need it than to need it and don't have it. As the ANC, we support this report. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Councillors, page 70, item 3.10, are the recommendation noted? Thank you. Let me address this matter before we move to page 72.
Speaker.
My
apologies, Speaker. I don't know, maybe I'll be guided. I think some aspects of the report is for approval. I'm not sure. I'll be guided. Thank you.
Some are for approval.
A billion.
3.4 is for approval, right? 4.1.3 is for approval. Is that agreed? Yeah, thanks. Before we move on, I wanted to address one issue here. You see, councillors, from early in the morning, I've allowed you to keep on quoting the statement or the utterances that were made by Comrade Kwente Mantashe on the issue of capacity, Torolo. Then you have been order. We have been joking about it. People have been laughing. But I don't think that we should continue, councillors, to allow that to disrupt the positioning of council. I think now you are overdoing it. It's beginning to cause disruption in council. You can quote Comrade Mantashe, but here we are in another platform. This is a council meeting. There's a conduct that is expected from councillors. And the speaker can ignore, guide some of the things in council. But I feel now that councillors who keep on referring or making those statements are overdoing it. It's beginning to cause disruption in council, as Councillor Ntuli was referring us to Councillor Smith, who was continuously making those statements while the mayor was on the floor. I think those who are watching us at home is not allowed. I think you are overdoing it. It's now 3 o'clock. You started from 10 o'clock doing the same thing. Let's refrain to doing it. Let's continue our business as we normal. Comment Mantashe is not a councillor. He's not here. This is a council meeting. Those statements were made in other platforms. Let's respect each other. Let's continue with our meeting with minimize disruption. Thank you very much. Dr. Mnguni?
Noted.
Kancane nje speak. No, ayikho baka kancane la. Asebenza kanjani?
Ayimi indlovu,
Asekho kanjani la mokhuluma nje point of order awusho kancane.
No, ngifuna ukukhumbuza wena ukuthi kunale
Kahle hlisandla.
kunalento oyibeke eca kwakho la.
Kahle hlisa isandla. Nguni?
Thank you, House Speaker. The next item on page 72 is item 4.1, coming from Community Services Committee. Request for authority to partner with the International Canoe Federation for the hosting.
Order, councillors.
For the hosting of the Ocean Racing World Championship 2025 is here for approval. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Dr. Mnguni. Page 72, item 4.1, 2 speakers. Councillor Kwala, IFP, Councillor Esquela, ANC. In that order, Councillor Kwala.
Sibonga somlomo. Cha umenzi ubethu uyakukhumbuza ukuthi uphethe idumba lapho ungakhohlwa heritage. Qondisa ndoda.
Kumele noma ngabe esho njalo angene kahle athi point of order angathi kancane. Ukuze ngimlalele ku point of order.
Wena speaker ufuna sho ngesingisi.
Umuntu akabonge la somlomo. I think siya phambili. I-item ephambi kwethu izolekelela. Kodwa ke noma ke si IFP okusididile la kuma recommendations ku page 74 4.1.3 ukuthi why sesikhulume ngayo yonke lento ithi i3 year but thina sizosayina i1 year contract. Mhlambe lapho asazi noma kube nephuthe lomithekile or rivele mhlambe inhloso. Kodwa ke izinto ezisuke zikanje ezi-partnership ziyalekelela kwi-economy lesikhuluma ngayo yokuthi uma kufika evumelwaneni amahotela ethu aba enza inzuzo kanjalo nabantu abasuke bekhona beosomabhizinisi ngokwehlukana kwawo itheku liba ne benefit noma ama report ezinto eziba kanje hardly ukuthi as reach as leadership sike saba ne lokuzana ke ne amendment ye motion eyayithi include amakhansela ezintweni ezisuke ezilokuzana ukuze akwazi ukudlala oversight that why ke izinto uyayibona ukuthi zi become I political stance kwabanye ozakwethu ingoba ezinye izinto kuba ngazi ukuthi azikho transparent zigcina isele namakomiti azengamele kanti as an entire we are a council. We thank you, we support.
Thank you, Councillor Kwala. Councillor Kwala.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Speaker. Greetings to you, City Manager, fellow councillors and the public at large. No, asibongela somlomo ukuthola leli thuba. So ANC siyayisupporta kakhulu le partnership ekufuze yenzeke ngoba izolekelela ekuthuthukiseni umnotho la sikhona izokwazi ukuthi futhi itshengise umhlaba ukuthi ulwandle lethu njengoba sithi liyashisa lifudumele kunamanye asisho nje into esicabangayo kodwa kuyinto eqinisekisiwe ngiyazi ke ukuthi ekukhulumeni kwethu bakhona lababhemisa ababhebeza lapha ngaphesheya ngiyazi kubona ngizoshaya ibhantshi kunyakaza imflow uma sikhuluma ngalezinto ngoba akufuneke baboduma kude wazi ukuthi ukuhlela eThekwini ukhulume ngabanye abantu bakwenye indawo la eThekwini qinisekisa ukuthi izinto ziyenzeka sibambile umqhudelwane webhola lenobhutshuzwayo sayibamba idusi yenzeka namanje sizokwenza lokhu ukutshengisa ukuthi akusho ukuthi njengoba sila ngaphesheya silindele ilanga lokufa kwethu bese silandwa yini ngehlahla cha njengoba sila sisazoqhubeka sisebenze sidelive emva ka 2026 ukuyilungiselela lokhu kokutshengisa ukuthi leli itheku lethu sifuna ukulithuthukisa liye phezulu ngaloko somlomo siyacela ukuthi isupportwe le item ngoba iyona ezothuthukisa itheku nokuthi iliveze emhlabeni wonke sivele kungaziwa kuthiwa iAfrica kunamajungle namahlathi nje akubonakala ukuthi khona abantu abaphilayo ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Recommendations are on page 74. There are 3 that are all for approval. Are all the recommendations agreed, councillors? Thank you. Next item, Tetamgoni.
The next item is on page 75. Noting of reasons for the intention to amend contract number PSC 2019/008 in terms of section 1163 of the MFMA for provision of professional consulting services for the design and construction monitoring of improvements to the Isipingo wastewater treatment works in Ward 89. The report is coming for noting. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mgoni. I've got a list of speakers. The first speaker is Councillor Kavenda from the DA. Second speaker is Councillor Kwala, IFP. The third is from the EFF, Councillor Ndlovu. The fourth is from the HNSA, Councillor Paxton. Fifth and the last is Worship the Mayor, Councillor Klaba. In that order, Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Today we need to confront a governance crisis. We cannot have councillors singing and dancing and no capacity to deal with the crisis that the city is facing. This demands immediate attention.
Point
Now,
of order,
the case in point
Speaker.
here.
Point of order.
Order, Speaker. Speaker, you earlier elaborately stated that councillors should avoid delaying this meeting by saying disparaging or making disparaging utterances. It seems like the councillor over there wasn't listening to your well-thought counsel in this matter. So I would like you to rule on this, Honourable Speaker, and that the councillor withdraws this and continues with the statement.
Overruled.
Yeah, no thanks, Councillor Kuzwayo. I'm not going to rule on your point of order because referring to someone that he has no capacity to prove and do a lot of things. But I know that the reason why the phrase is repeatedly being used is because of what happened, as you all know. I will continue to appeal to persuade you. If you decide to defy me, it's fine. But I will continue to persuade you for the sake of this council, image and integrity. Councillor Gavina, proceed.
Thank you. Speaker, a case in point. So the case in point here
Proceed, Councillor Gavina.
is the Isipingo wastewater treatment works upgrade, which has seemingly spiraled out of control. The costs are ballooning initially from 14.9 million to 35 million, then 60 million, and now touted to be a staggering 206 million. This astronomical increase is not just a financial oversight. It represents a betrayal of public trust and a stark failure of oversight and accountability. And I know that the speakers that will come after me will have well-prepared speeches because I've raised this ad nauseum. This particular matter is becoming a key feature in many items that we see coming to this council. To make matters worse in this particular item, the contract, which was initially envisioned for completion within 36 months, has now been stretched to June 2028, another 3-year saga. The original 3-year contract was marred by repeated poor performance red flags or ratings and a dismal completion rate of 20 to 27%. Now, despite serious design flaws and timeline failures, there has been zero visible consequences for the service provider. There is no evidence of any consequence management for this contractor nor the municipal officials who allowed this project to fail to meet deadlines. There is no evidence of penalties or penalty clauses to hold the contractor to account, and I'm welcome to hear that. Instead, we just come back to take another huge slice of taxpayers' money to be thrown into this project and delays in years for completion of this project for the Isipingo community. Now, as I mentioned, the new proposed completion date is the 30th of June 2028 for a project that started in 2022. This 30-odd month extension from the original end date, which was supposed to be in December 2025 this year, significantly alters the project's delivery horizon. And this may warrant deeper scrutiny under Section 116 of the MFMA, which requires Council to assess whether the amendment materially affects the contract's risk, cost, or service delivery impact, focusing on the original. This lack of accountability is becoming a glaring indictment on our governance framework. You know, a closer examination of the project's timelines of this item reveals certain opaque and unexplained escalations that seem to defy logic and fiscal prudence. For instance, this biofilter pump house cost has skyrocketed from an initial 1 million to 35.5 million. And then you have contingencies which jumped from 3 million to 35.5 million. These figures are not mere numbers. They represent the hard-earned money of taxpayers that has now been lost either due to inefficiency or lack of oversight. And the root of this crisis lies in the systematic use, dare I say abuse, of the Section 116 and 55 of the MFMA. Contract amendments are becoming the order of the day in eThekwini. And not long ago, I spoke of this regarding the Moses Mabhida Stadium. These extensions are used to re-engineer scope and then, obviously, the costs post-award. This, I would say in inverted commas, modus operandi, has created a new norm in eThekwini for people who win tenders to be handsomely paid multi-millions over and above the original contract price. This has now created a hostage situation, and this hostage situation has created a fertile ground for waste, inefficiency, and potentially corruption, because we are under serious duress to see the project through or let the community suffer. What do? How do you start a process over in the 3rd year of a contractor being appointed? And all role players involved in making sure these contracts keep to time and cost are complicit in this to some degree. Now, this governance failure has real-world consequences. Taxpayers are bearing the brunt of the inefficiencies and waste, while our communities suffer from the lack of accountability, transparency, and most importantly, the service that they are yearning for. The absence of penalties or liquidated damages or disciplinary action for poor performance removes any financial deterrence, enabling people to continue doing this. We need decisive action from this council and from this administration. Perhaps we need to collate all the contract extensions in this term of office and commission an urgent forensic interview into all the amendments and delegations used for projects. With regard to accountability, I would say that this municipal administration needs to institute precautionary suspensions and open criminal and civil referrals where there is a conflict of interest, malfeasance, or corrupt conduct is suspected before these matters prescribe. And that is important. Often you will find that we come back with adverse findings, but the matters have prescribed and we cannot do much. As the DA at committee level, we have called on the committee to reinstate robust oversight by ensuring that officials on all major projects report back at least quarterly to committee on progress and potential delays and possible extensions that have financial implications, and not to wait for the last minute to expire or for the contract to expire, and then we scramble to get these extended, and then we are held to ransom. You know, the facts are undeniable. What started as a 35 million project, now 206 million, is turning into an almost a 6-year-long saga. Speaker, you know, is this a new method of looting where unchecked contract amendments and broad delegations divert funds beyond the original appropriation and the absence of penalties or disciplinary action? This Isipingo wastewater treatment works is a warning sign, where statutory powers intended for flexibility are used to cover scope inflation and unchecked expenditure. Speaker, in conclusion, this has to be a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked power and lack of transparency in municipal governance. We cannot afford to go down this path any longer, where contract amendments and executive delegations are just exploited to inflate modest projects that could be completed within the project scope, you know, indefinitely. It's time for decisive action. No more excuses, no more delays. Listen to your president and do what the DA says, and do this if you truly want good governance.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Kuala.
Asibonga Somlomo. Kube kusiphoxa ke thina njenga-IFP ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi iminingi iyalahleka masixoxa nje la. Amasingasigxile kulokho. La sikhuluma nge-project engekho on the ground, ekwi-design consultant. But umuntu mekhuluma nge-site visit uvela ubone ukuthi yeah. Bese ubuka izinga lakhe, bese ubona ukuthi hayi siyacela mayor awusilide baba nje basakuvotela sonke. Ake si-understand ukuthi kahle kahle kwenziwani la. Ngoba abanye it seems like sinoza kwethu abangayiqondi lento. Sicathulise nenkosi siyacela. Kodwa ke as a whip of this cluster, le item ikhuluma nge-consulting services. We have nothing on the ground eyenzakalayo. Then ama-estimations lawo esikhuluma ngawo. So sesikuyiphathi ke ukuthi sebebonile laba. Ngoba fanele sihlukanise futhi singamakhansela nama-officials, administrative and officials. Thina we are a leadership where senze oversight on such. Let us do oversight, because you can't talk about legal. Uyisiqhaza njengami ungafundile ungcono wena Somlomo usuthe ukubona incwadi athi ungconywa la sewukhona usukwazi kangcono wa graduate. So okunye siyaphoxeka ngempela nayo le GNU abantu basifaka enkingeni Somlomo. Abantu abake bevote ngempela bevote beqonde ngoba sicina sikuyi-GNU uthola ukuthi some people they don't even vote for i-budget. Kuthi mase kukhulunywa ngemali kube yibona abazokhuluma beze bethwala amalokhuzana wayisho umtshengiseni amaduku yaza ngithi. So Somlomo siyahambisana nalento. Whomever we appeal, every party organization, if it's uba part and parcel, let's go and do oversight. Siyabonga.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Ndlovu.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. I-concern yethu nje yokuqala bekusekutheni ngibona i-item kwi-direct score report. And the item was discussed, it came to e-committee. That's the first concern. Ngenzela ukuthi kungabi may appear la bese kuba sengazathi this item was not deliberated in a correct committee. We dealt with it so ngenzela ukuthi mhlambe icorrecteke or sithole explanation mhlambe if ukuthi kukhona enye explanation mhlambe ehlukile kunale ekhona njengamanje eyenza ukuthi item kube i-direct escrow committee, because if I look at the item everything that we discussed is here. So what warrants it to be a direct escrow mhlambe is an understanding that one seeks to get. Ngicabanga ukuthi okunye okubaleka kakhulu ilokho ukuthi abantu bayihluphekele lento yamanzi. Ngiyacela ukuthi
sizame ukuthola indlela sokuthi si speed up whatever process engakwazi ukulekelela baseThekwini baphumo sizini abanalo noma sikwazi ukulekeleleka kule pressure esinayo yokudila nalama issues anjengalawo. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Thank you, Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. This Isipingo Waterworks is not just a delayed project. It's an example of how poor governance, weak or no oversight, and lack of accountability is destroying service delivery in our city. This sewage works collects water from the Isipingo and Mlazi areas, treats it and discharges it into the Isipingo River, which then flows out to sea and onto our beaches. These failures undermine the very constitutional right to clean rivers, clean water, and to have non-sewage or E. coli-filled beaches. This original contract was for 36 months and was awarded in October 2022. Construction was meant to begin in August 2024 and finished by August 2025. That was 2 months ago. It was supposed to be finished 2 months ago. Instead, designs have not even been finalized. No construction has been started. Quarterly reports and feedbacks between the contractor and the municipality between 2023 and 2024 constantly state that the contractor was performing in a satisfactory manner. On the 25th of March 2025, a few months ago, the municipality signed off comments noting that concerns about the slow progress were being addressed. Yet designs had not even been finalized. Construction was supposed to have started 11 months before that time. This was only presented to the committee in August 2025, the Trading Services Committee, noting due to major increase in prices as per the MFFA requirement, they were asking an extension. And the costs went from 60 million to 206 million, 243% increase. How does it go from satisfactory performance in March 2025, 5 months ago, to a 3-year extension with no construction that has even been started and the designs have not been completed? Only a handful of reports have physically been signed. It's claimed that the project is overseen by DSW, yet the reports have been signed off by DSW, but it raises clear suspicion that these meetings have either not been held or were not properly recorded. All the reports, 90% of the reports were actually digitally signed in June 2025. That happened in 2023 and 2024. Accountability, not endless extensions. This is not about waiting for a contractor to request extensions. It's about leadership. We must act and not wait. Why should we continue rewarding the non-performance of these contractors? And why must the public only hear about failures when consultants ask for more time and for more money? With no accountability, nothing is going to change. The residents will continue to suffer. Action SA has already taken the municipality court over something exactly the same, the inability to provide clean water, clean our rivers, and clean our beaches. Nothing has changed. We sit here with a contract that was supposed to be completed 2 months ago, yet we haven't even got the designs, and the costs have escalated. It's no longer just a governance issue. It needs to be resolved. Proper oversight, proper reporting, and proper accountability. It's inconceivable that we sit here asking for an extension for something that should have been completed 3 months ago, and they haven't even presented the designs. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mandlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As the ANC, we support this report. I agree with, first and foremost, with Councillor Ndlovu from the EFF, that this item went through the sausage machine, it went to the committee, and